of our supporters are in jails. The difference between 2026 and 2021, because I ran in 2021 as well, is that in 2021 there was still a semblance of cover-up. However, in 2026, because the son of the president, who also doubles as the Chief of Defense Forces, the Army Commander, does not pretend to be a good dictator. He will kill people and he will take pride in it. He will post on social media about it. He was proud to post that I have killed 24 of National Unity Platform, which is the political party. I've killed 24 of NUP members, and I'm so willing, I'm looking forward to kill the 25th, which I want to be Bobby. Now Bobby is me. He ordered for my execution, and indeed my house was raided on the 16th of January, and I was lucky because we had gotten some good lessons in 2026. I played James Bond and his escape from my house. Yeah, it would be funny if it was inside. You know, I left my house a few days later. My house was raided again because my wife remained under house arrest. This time, the soldiers broke into my house, only men. They beat up my wife so bad and my other family members, they stripped her naked. Meanwhile, they were filming. And like I said, the son of the president, who also is the commander of the military, takes pride in torture, especially torturing vulnerable people like women. He was proud to post the image of my wife subdued on the floor with soldiers with guns. And he said, yeah, this is the picture when he captured Kabobi's wife, and she was forced to tell us where the husband was. I remained on the run. I mean, so much of that. It is not only happening with my wife. He abducted my bodyguard and long-term friend Eddie. We looked for him for 2 weeks. We complained everywhere until in the middle of the night he tweeted and said, don't look for him. I'm holding him in my basement and I'm teaching him Munyankole. Now Munyankole is the language of the tribe where General Museveni comes from. And indeed, when Eddie showed up, he was all shaved, beaten, but unfortunately when he was taken to court, he was not given a chance to go to the ICU in hospital. He was thrown in jail and is still in jail. Now these stories have gone on and on and on and on and on and on. The repression, the abuse of human rights in Uganda is worse and worse and worse as it keeps going. When people talk about the same, I understand when you talk about Tanzania, in Kenya, but like Trevor Noah one time joked, saying in Uganda, it is worse. What makes it even worse is that those that we look up to are not looking for accountability. I like that Otieno talked about it. It is not accountability and justice that is looked for, but political settlements. No wonder so many political players are silenced or compromised. We have what is supposed to be the highest moral body, the Interreligious Council. Now the Interreligious Council comprises of religious leaders of all the religious sects that come together in what is supposed to be a moral body. They went to my house when I was being looked for, when the son of the president was tweeting every day, giving me 48 hours to show up or he will find me and kill me, ordering soldiers to look for me everywhere and kill me. Again, my wife and family was under house arrest. They did not have food because nobody was allowed to go in my house or come out of my house. But when the Interreligious Council went to my house, what they were asking my wife to do, number one, there were two things. First is to warn me not to destabilize the country. And two, asking whether I'm willing to sit down with General Museveni. And I've said it many times, that we are not disagreeable to dialogue, but not transactional dialogue. And also reasserting ourselves that it's only free people that negotiate. And our action and what works for our country and individual. Now this has also been a big problem to us. We find ourselves in the United States and not in any country. in Africa. Why? Because we believe that it is countries like the United States that wield power and influence over authoritarians like General Museveni. We are aware that for a long time the United States was giving up to $1 billion annually to Uganda in security cooperation. So we have always been requesting not just the United States but other developing partners like the EU and the UK, that this aid should be conditioned to values that we all profess: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Unfortunately, it has many times played up as if the US and other developing partners are only interested in diplomacy and not democracy. And that we believe that the more we and you friends echo that desire, that is what's going to work. Many times the US seems to be persuaded by security cooperation, but not democracy, not the promotion of human rights, which is very disturbing in our case. Now, Professor mentioned it in the case of Tanzania, that in Tanzania the citizens look at the government like a parent. I wish we could look at the government like a parent, but for us the government in Uganda is looked at, in fact the president is looked at as a king and we are subjects. And the son of the president plays it right because he's not shy to go on social media and say, well, I cannot wait for Mzee to step aside so I can take my inheritance. For clarity, I would request some of you, and I think I'm promoting you, please go and follow Muhoozi Kainerugaba on Twitter. That will help us, to speak less, because he helps us. He puts everything, and whatever he tweets, we believe it is in many ways their dinner table talk. Now, talking about trans-border repression, transnational repression. In the yesteryears, when people were struggling for freedom and for democracy, particularly in Uganda, they would run to Kenya, they would run to Tanzania. But when I was running out of my country, I could not board a plane in Kenya, I could not board a plane in Tanzania. I had to run as far as 3-4 countries away, because General Museveni is more like the godfather of the region. Dr. Kizza Besigye, the guy who mentored us and a veteran freedom fighter and political activist and opposition leader, was picked from Kenya. He was abducted from Kenya by the Ugandan security. He was driven across the border in a car trunk and only showed up in Uganda in a military court. This has happened many times. My sister Agatha is here. My brother from Kenya, Boniface Mangi, faced the same plight when they went to stand with our brother Timurisu in Tanzania. This goes on and on and on and on. What I feel is causing this is the inaction and perceived complacency by those that are supposed to be moral big brothers. Kenya used to be safe. Tanzania used to be safe. I want to believe that because the leaders there seemed to expect repercussions when they abuse rights. But General Museveni in Uganda has emboldened all other leaders to abuse rights with impunity because they see him get away with it. This is a guy that has been in power for 40 years. This is a guy that massacres citizens with reckless abandon. This is a guy who has a son that will threaten even other countries. When he threatened to invade Kenya and capture its capital in 1 week, the father, who is the president of Uganda, came out and publicly apologized to Kenya. But the following day, promoted the son. When the son tweeted an image of a tortured political activist, the following day, he was made the commander of the military in Uganda. So impunity, injustice, and gross human rights violation and crime is rewarded in Uganda, and Uganda gets away with it. I want you to imagine a situation where the Chief of Defense Forces tweets having killed 24 political opponents and tweets that he orders his military publicly to look for the presidential candidate that is challenging his father and bring his testicles. I apologize for my crude language, but he tweeted and ordered that my testicles should be delivered to him. Interestingly, the following day, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with diplomats, having dinner with ambassadors of democracies. So this, in many ways, is a slap in the faces of those that talk about human rights, that talk about democracy. And it speaks to the silent acceptance of this. So I want to say this, that maybe this impunity wouldn't be happening. Maybe this dictatorship wouldn't be accepted. And maybe these authoritarian leaders would not be behaving like this. But because their actions are seemingly acceptable by the inaction and by the blind eye that is given to them, then it keeps growing. Now, abductions are the order of the day in Tanzania, they are the order of the day in Kenya. Don't be shocked when they are the order of the day in other countries. I could have gone on and on and on and on, but maybe I'll stop here. And I like to make my conversations interactive. I apologize, I'm still healing from that recent trauma. I tend to pinch myself to make sure I wake up from the ordeal and confirm that I'm surely out of Uganda, because I had to escape from my own country. Many of my friends that are perceived and thought to have helped me, some of them, I'm told, have been shot and killed. When I was nominated to run for president, the Electoral Commission gave me 16 police officers to man my security, like they did to all other presidential candidates. Interestingly, after my exit from the country, all of them were rounded up and detained. I'm told that 9 of them were dismissed from the police with disgrace. They are being accused of aiding me to exit the country, while others are still in detention. So much has gone on. Many political activists are still detained. Many of our comrades are still detained. But I hear that they are suggesting to have negotiations with the government to allow me to return to my country and to allow the political party I lead to be recognized as a legitimate political party. So I wonder what they nominated to run for president. I could go, like I said, I could go on and on and on, but maybe I'll take the questions. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. We're now going to open the questions to the audience. We are at time, so if people have to leave at 7, we completely understand. But also, if you are willing and able to stay for the Q&A round, you're more than welcome to do so. What I would ask is that you come and line up on this side, because if you are in the crowd, the panelists online can unfortunately not hear you unless you have a mic. So I have a handheld one right here. And so I will be holding it over there, and then our panelists will answer questions. So if you have anything to ask, please come and stand over there and join me on the side.
My question is about moving forward, how would you like the international community's policies and actions to emphasize this issues of human rights and accountability? I know you've made public calls for sanctions from the United States as well as the EU. So I'm wondering, after sanctions, what else would you like to see from these regional partners and institutions, given the fact that they seem to be co-opting the very actors that are perpetuating human rights atrocities in the community? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. You can go ahead and pick up the mic. Would you prefer that we just ask all the questions at once and then we answer them? Yeah, okay. Come on, John.
Hello, my name is Owen. My question is a general question. How does civil society get back on track when it's being attacked? And it seems that it doesn't have much of a chance to recover when these working leaders are attacking it. It's very important to the preservation of democracy, and so I'm curious how we see it staying in shape and recovering in protect.
All right, John Lema, and my question is just to two panelists. I already shared that with Professor Elizabeth about human rights. So I need to know from them, because from all that has been happening in Uganda, none of them came out and stood with Uganda, pronounced it, all the atrocities that are happening. And then secondly, when we say we are standing for Ugandans, and we heard from their talk right now, it's not about Uganda, just like the president said. It's about Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia. But right now, it's about Uganda. And that's the reason we're here. But they haven't mentioned anything concrete about Uganda. Do they stand for that? Or they have their agendas? Because human rights is supposed to be standing. Because what I told Professor Elizabeth, our own chairperson came out and said it's above my limit. Because I can't have this, they threatened my life. So I'm not going to speak. The only person I know that spoke about human rights in Uganda, and I know the president knows, he was called Tom Buruku the late. He used to live actually right next to you, the quarter flats, the white flats. So he came out and told the president, I am not going to stand with you. So I'm asking all these representatives, what are they doing? Because all they do is pretense. We are tired of pretense. So I will need to listen to what they say. Thank you.
My name is Christine Mutale. I'm here to start from Uganda. When I was young, we helped a lot of refugees from Sudan, from Rwanda. I was a girl guide. We never had anything to do with the human resource management, which has brought us here. But Uganda, you people, I should call it, you people, including the ambassador as a whole, have denied the suffering of Uganda. I remember when this thing happened, I called somebody here who is very important. And I said, our people are being killed, please, please, please. I said, I asked that lady from Uganda every day she was here until I stopped. Human, whatever it is. Up to date, as he said, nobody talks about our people who have been killed in Uganda. Nothing. They have allowed 117 to play game on all heads of states in the whole world. This business of sanctions won't help, even during Amini's time, he did it. They have their money. In fact, they have allowed Chinese to give Uganda quick money than through World Bank and IMF. We have been there with some other people here complaining. there's nothing that has been done. But this time, don't allow that man to play a game on you. He has made the whole world to be useless. Sorry to say so.
Your question. Okay, yes. Hi, my name is Janelle Jim. I'm a senior here in the Elliott School of International Affairs. For my question, the one common thread that I noticed among all the speakers today was the concern of securitization of media within the region, and the securitization of media being used as a justification for digital authoritarianism. As Mr. Wine mentioned earlier, the use of media to almost put out warrants out for people through, Twitter, other forms of social media, and also media suppression as well. So, and how this framing of the media right now is being framed for countries outside of, after viewing a lot of the concerns that you have all brought up right now as being for security purposes, it's not being human rights violations. So my question is going forward, how can this framing be reversed so that we can see so that we can see, the global community come and stand up against the securitization and these human rights abuses. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Abu. I'm an advocate from South Sudan. I have a couple of questions to Mr. President. The first one should be how do you envision the upcoming election should look like in Uganda and Africa, as you are someone who went through these challenges? And then secondly, what do you think they use the young people, the message that you want to send to them, especially Ugandan youth when we work together? I think most of the African youth, they get used to work activities, what youth through talent, and they have a lot of talent. So how can they break this barriers? And I wanted to go further than that, also the role of the diaspora. How can the diaspora help in these transformations of democracy in Uganda? And also my last point, you went through all these challenges, what gives you hope? Thank you.
I love the last part of the beginning, but it's a very positive point. Go ahead.
All right, my name is God Bless. My question is directed to Bobby Wine. So I've heard about you before today, and someone spoke to me about your comment, and it was asked a question. I said I really don't know much about you other than the fact that you were in struggle. But Mr. Bobby, what is your political, economic ideology? Say you
Evugo omulabi wa Mega Promotions TV.
What
Tukyagenda mu maaso mu lukuŋŋaana luno lw'okyalaba era tukyali mu questions and answers. Omulabi waffe tovaawo, tukyagenda mu maaso n'okulaga byonna ebigenda mu maaso, naye ng'amawulire gaffe mangi gakyaliyo ge tugenda okuwa obudde bwonna.
international community that you rightly called out, if they cannot see their interest in your ideology, both economically.
Nyongera bongezi kukubuuzaako n'okukwebaza okutwegattako. Mu kiseera kino katutandike n'amawulire ag'ekyondo kya Buwalabu. Amawanga ageetoololera mu kyondo kya Buwalabu gali mu lukuŋŋaana olwa Zoom, era nga gagezaako okusala entoto okulaba ngeri ki gye geewonyaamu eggwanga erya Iran ate n'eggwanga erya Amerika bwe bumu n'eggwanga erya Israeli nga bwe lyaggula olutalo ku ggwanga lya Iran. Era nga bano bali mu lukuŋŋaana lwabwe luno olw'okulaba nga beegobako byonna oba obukwate obubaleetera Iran okubakuba. Kinajjukirwa nti Iran ekuba bino ng'esinziira kwabo banywanyi b'eggwanga erya Amerika. Era nga bano bagamba nti mu kiseera kino balina okuggalawo obwengula bwabwe okulaba nga bano bonna tebalikozesa kisobole okwewonyaako ennaku zino ebizuka ebigenda byeyongera okuba ewaabwe. Era nga ebyo bikyali awo, President Zelensky ono nga ye wa ggwanga erya Ukraine akyaddeko mu ggwanga lya Saudi Arabia era ng'agezaako okwogerezeganya n'abakulu abatwala eggwanga lino okubaguza drone. Kigambibwa nti ono ennaku zino yafuuka consultant mu by'entalo n'okulwanyisibwa oluvannyuma lwa Russia okumukuba drone ennyingi ezirabika nga zimwononedde ebintu bingi, naye kati agezaako okunoonya abakugu abayatwala mu mawanga amalala ne bakuguka mu ngeri y'okuzirwanyisaamu n'okuzibaka, era nga kino kikyagenda mu maaso ddala mu lukuŋŋaana luno, era naye agezaako okuwa amagezi n'abakugu beeyawa eggwanga lya Amerika okulaba nga bayambako okulaba ngeri ki amawanga gano agataali mu lutalo ngeri ki gye gayinza okwewala. Era nga tukyali mu ggwanga lyerimu oba mu kyondo kya Buwalabu, kigambiddwa nti omuduumizi abadde aduumira akagolomolo akayitamu amafuta oba ke bayita State of Hormuz, kano bw'atyo kigambibwa nti yattiddwa, era eggwanga erya Persia limaze ne likikakasa nti kituufu yattiddwa, era nga bamaze okumusikiza omulala agenda okulangirirwa gye bujja, naye nga kigambiddwa nti n'embeera eya mutajjabbu ono eyalondebwa okudda mu kifo kya taatawe eyakubibwa, naye kigambibwa nti embeera naye si nnungi era ng'obudde bwonna naye baali muziika. Era okusinziira ku bantu abali mu ggwanga erya Iran, bano beebuuza kiki kye bayinza okukola mu budde buno okulaba nga bafunayo ko waakiri okwogera okw'omukulembeze eyadda mu kifo kya Ayatollah, era nga bano bagamba nti mu kiseera kino omukulembeze bukyanga alondebwa obubaka bwe yasembayo okubawa bwalibwa mu buwandiike ku lunaku olwa Idi, era nga bano bagamba nti mu kiseera kino bayinza obutagumiikiriza kino waakiri bateekebwewo omukulembeze asobola okuba nga ayanukula ku bibuuzo ebingi ebyabannaggwanga erya Iran, era nga ekitundu eky'abavubuka abangi bano abaweza ebitundu 30 ku buli 100 mu ggwanga lino batandise okuba nga beemulugunya, era nga bagamba nti baava ku kwekalakaasa nga bakkiriziganyiza nti baalondebwa obukulembeze buno era nga basuubira okubugoberera, naye ate nga mu kiseera kino tebakyalaba ani mukulembeze waabwe ate nga n'ebifa bweno tebakyabimanyiddwa. Naye okusinziira ku kitongole ekya Iran ekigenda mu maaso n'okufuga ebyokwerinda n'ebiweerezebwa ku mpewo, kinajjukirwa nti kino kyasalako YouTube, kyasalako oba social media yonna okutwalira wamu, nga kyo kyekibawa biki bye balina okuteekayo, era nga bano bagenze mu maaso n'okuba nga balina ekiwandiiko ekyawamu kye batandise okuwa eggwanga lino kubanga ebintu bingi birabika nga byayimirira. Era okusinziira ku bino kigambiddwa nti ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku byokwerinda eby'eggwanga ebya Iran kivuddeyo ne kigamba nti tekisobola n'omulundi n'ogumu okuyingira mu nteeseganya n'eggwanga erya Amerika wamu ne munywanyi waayo Israeli, era nga bagamba nti okusinziira ku bomu ezaasuze nga zikuba n'ezikubiddwa n'okusinziira ku bakulu abattiddwa mu wiiki emu ababiri ababadde okubadde omuduumizi ow'oku ntikko ate n'omuduumizi abadde afuga akagolomolo akayitamu amafuta ke bayita State of Hormuz, kano bwe batyo nabo basazeewo okuba nga tebagenda kukkiriziganya n'enteeseganya zino. Ate bwe tuddako mu ggwanga erya Israeli, kigambiddwa nti waliwo mu mambuka g'eggwanga lino essomero eryakubiddwa, era nga lino kigambibwa nti abaana abawera 150 bafunye ebisago eby'amaanyi ate nga n'abantu 8 kirabika nti ezaabwe ezifumba bamaze okuzivuunika, era ng'okusinziira ku bibalo ebikyagenda mu maaso kigambibwa nti mu ggwanga lino erya Israeli basuubirwa okukola budget esuubirwa okutambulirwako omwaka gwonna. Bajeti y'abano ebeerawo mu mwezi gwa kusatu era obutasukkange ennaku z'omwezi 31, era nga bano bagamba nti bajeti eno eyinza obutakolebwa olw'ensonga ebyali bitegekeddwa mu lutalo luno birabikanga ebimu ebitannaba kutuukibwako, wadde nga Benjamin Netanyahu ono nga ya Prime Minister w'eggwanga lino yagambye nti ebigendererwa ebisookerwako byamaze okutuukibwako, era nga n'ekigendererwa ekituukiddwako kwe kuba nti akagolomolo obudde bwonna kandisumululwa oluvannyuma lw'okuba nti omuduumizi waako abadde akakulembera yamaze okuttibwa newankubadde nga balonze omulala atagenda kubanga asobola okugoberera byonna ebyasaliddwawo. Ate bwe tugendako mu ggwanga erya Austria, eno basazeewo okuba nti bakyusizza buli ngeri yonna abavubuka obuteetaba mu nkozesa eya social media. Bano nga bagamba nti atannaweza myaka 18 takkirizibwa kukozesa social media era nga wagenda kubaawo tekinologi ow'enjawulo naddala mu baana abakyali abato okuba nga tebakozesa social media. Bagambye nti kino kyakutandika n'omwezi ogwokuna okubanga bagezaako okubuulira abavubuka ngeri ki gye balina okukula nga bampisa ate n'obutayonooneka n'ebyo ebiri ku social media. Bwe tugendako mu ggwanga erya China, kigambiddwa nti eno amafuta gatandise okuba nga gannyiriri obudde buno oluvannyuma lw'okuba nti abasinga amasundiro kigambibwa nti galabikanga agatandise okukweka amafuta olw'ebyo ebigambibwa nti amafuta ge balina tegakyasobola kumazaako ggwanga omwezi ogujja. Kati balina okwongeza bakendeze ku ntambula yaago era kino mpozi ekitandise okweyolekera mu nnyiriri ze babaddeko nazo. Ate bwe tugendako wano mu ggwanga lyaffe erya Uganda, kigambiddwa nti ku mwalo ogw'ebukakkata waliwo obubbi obwabbiddwa naddala mu kire ky'enkuba ekyakeesezaawo olunaku luno olwaleero era nga kigambiddwa nti obuyumba obuwera 30 bwe bwanyaguluddwa. Okusinziira ku mwogezi owa poliisi mu kitundu kino ekya Masaka omukulu ayitibwa Twaha Kasirye, ono agambye nti poliisi ekyagenda mu maaso n'okunoonyereza ngeri ki abantu abasinga obungi gye babbiddwamu era nga yabakanye dda n'omulimu gwayo nga bulijjo ogw'okunoonyereza. Ate bwe tuddako mu bitundu eby'Emityana, kigambiddwa nti waliwo essomero eritikkuseeko akasolya emisana ag'olunaku olwaleero oluvannyuma lw'okunamutikwa w'enkuba abadde afudemba era nga kigambiddwa nti ebintu bingi eby'essomero lino byonooneddwa naye nga eky'omukisa ekiriwo tewali muntu n'omu aluguzeemu bulamu era nga bonna abaliwo kigambiddwa nti ne staafu balamu bulungi. Ate bwe tugendako mu bitundu eby'emukono, kigambiddwa nti waliwo ekibinja eky'abantu ababakanye n'okusomesa abavubuka ku ngeri ki gye balina okukolamu emirimu okusinga okwettanira nnyo eby'obufuzi era nga bano bagamba nti abavubuka mu kiseera kino abaweza ebitundu 30 ku buli 100 bano basaanidde okubanga beenyigira mu mirimu gamba ng'egy'okulima naddala n'emirimu egy'okusuubula era nga bino bagamba nti mu kiseera kino bye birabika nga byandibajja ku bye balowooza eby'okukola ng'omuntu alekayo okukola n'alindirira emyaka 5 ng'agamba nti we ginaatuukira naye yeesimbewo era nga okusinziira ku atwala ekibiina eky'abayisiraamu ono agambye nti mu butuufu balina okuyigiriza abavubuka okukola emirimu okusinga okwenyigira mu by'obufuzi kubanga omuntu abeerawo emyaka 5 ng'aganye okubaako n'omulimu gwayiiya okujjako okulindirira eby'obufuzi we binaatuukira kubanga kati bye birimu ensimbi. Ate bwe tugendako mu kitundu ekya Busoga, kigambiddwa nti minisita avunaanyizibwa ku nkolagana ya Uganda n'amawanga aga East Africa abadde mu kulambula project eyatandikibwawo abantu abali mu kitundu ekyo oluvannyuma lw'okuba nti obutabanguko obwali mu bitundu ebya Busoga bwafiiramu abantu abawerako n'abavubuka bangi okulugulamu obulamu gamba n'amakomera okubanga bateekayo abavubuka abangi abaali bakayingira obufumbo era nga bano bagamba nti mu kiseera kino bali mu kusomesa abavubuka ngeri ki gye bayinza okutandika amaka gaabwe oba seekyo abakyali abato bagira balindako era nga bagamba nti mu kiseera kino bali mu kuyigiriza ngeri ki omuntu gy'ayinza okukolamu emirimu egiyingiza ensimbi okusinga okulowooleza mu kuwasa era nga bagamba nti okukola ebintu ebirina kye bibagattako okusinga okukola ebintu ebitaliimu magoba era nga mu bufu bwe bumu nga tukyeyongerayo waliwo abakulira ekitongole eky'abalema kye bayita NUDIP bano bavuddeyo ne beemulugunya ku bikozesebwa ebyabalema ebigenze nga byeyongera ebbeeyi era nga bagamba nti obugaali oba oliawo n'ebyambalo ebyambazizibwa naddala mu balina amagulu amalema gambako n'engalo ezambalizibwa mu mikono nga bagamba nti bino birinnye ebbeeyi era nga bagamba nti okusinziira ku bo ng'abalema abatalina mirimu bulungi ate abatakiikiriddwa balema bannaabwe nga bagamba nti eggwanga erya Uganda byokka erisangibwamu abantu atali mulema ng'akiikirira abalema atamanyi bizibu byabwe era bano bagenze mu maaso n'okwekubira enduulu mu lukuŋŋaana lwabwe nga bagamba nti gavumenti eveeyo ebayambe ate basobole okuba nga balina ngeri ki gye beekubira enduulu ku nsonga zaabwe n'ebizibu byabwe ebibaluma nga bakiikirirwa abantu abo bennyini abalinga bo. Okyawuliriza Mega Promotions TV, webale nnyo kuwuliriza nga tukyagenda mu maaso n'amawulire gaffe mangi ddala. Butereevu katukuzeeyo mu lukuŋŋaana lwaffe nga Bobi Wine akyayanukula ebibuuzo ebimubuuzibwa.
Then Uganda should be the country to come first. Uganda is a country of close to 50 million people under the firm grip of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for 40 years and counting. He took power by barrel of the gun in 1986, and up to now, he's still in charge of our country. He is famously quoted to have said the problem with Uganda in particular and Africa in general are the leaders that overstay in power. But now it's a very big crime to remind him of what he said when he was my age. I am here not on invitation, not voluntarily. I am here because I ran away, I escaped from my country. On January 15th, we had a presidential election, which I strongly believe we won. I was the main challenger of General Museveni. We had an election where the internet was switched off 2 days to the election, and it remained off for a week. We had an election where immediately after I cast my vote, I was put under house arrest with my wife. But before that, days before, many dozens of our party officials were rounded up and detained. My two deputy presidents, who are women, were abducted a day before the election, and they remained missing for 2 weeks. When they resurfaced, they told an ordeal of being detained in a military barracks supervised by General Museveni's son, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who is actually the Chief of Defense Forces in Uganda. Many people were abducted, they've not been seen again. My deputy president for the Buganda region, the most populous region, had his house raided by the military. See, women play a big role in our elections. They are the organizers. And when somebody is running, we tend to have our tally centers where when we collect the declaration of result forms. The women tend to play the most important role of compiling the results. Now the military raided the house of Honorable Mwanga Chibundi and shot into the house, killing 10 people in his house, 8 of which were women. Now I'm only talking about the ones that are known, but as we speak, thousands of our supporters are in jails. The difference between 2026 and 2021, because I ran in 2021 as well, is that in 2021 there was still a semblance of cover-up. However, in 2026, because the son of the president, who also doubles as the Chief of Defense Forces, the Army Commander, does not pretend to be a good dictator. He will kill people and he will take pride in it. He will post on social media about it. He was proud to post that I have killed 24 of National Unity Platform, which is the political party. I've killed 24 of NUP members, and I'm so willing, I'm looking forward to kill the 25th, which I want to be Bobby. Now Bobby is me. He ordered for my execution, and indeed my house was raided on the 16th of January, and I was lucky because we had gotten some good lessons in 2026. I played James Bond and escaped from my house. Yeah, it would be funny if it was inside. You know, I left my house a few days later. My house was raided again because my wife remained under house arrest. This time, the soldiers broke into my house, only men. They beat up my wife so bad and my other family members. They stripped her naked. Meanwhile, they were filming. And like I said, the son of the president, who also is the commander of the military, takes pride in torture, especially torturing vulnerable people like women. He was proud to post the image of my wife subdued on the floor with soldiers with guns. And he said, yeah, this is the picture when he captured Kabobi's wife, and she was forced to tell us where the husband was. I remained on the run. I mean, so much of that. It is not only happening with my wife. He abducted my bodyguard and long-term friend Eddie. We looked for him for 2 weeks. We complained everywhere until in the middle of the night he tweeted and said, don't look for him. I'm holding him in my basement and I'm teaching him Nyankole. Now, Nyankole is the language of the tribe where General Museveni comes from. And indeed, when Eddie showed up, he was all shaved, beaten, but unfortunately, when he was taken to court, he was not given a chance to go to the ICU in hospital. He was thrown in jail, and he's still in jail. Now, these stories have gone on and on and on and on and on and on. The repression, the abuse of human rights in Uganda is worse and worse and worse as it keeps going. When people talk about the same, I understand when you talk about Tanzania, in Kenya, but like Trevor Noah one time joked, said in Uganda, it is worse. What makes it even worse is that those that we look up to are not looking for accountability. I like that Otieno talked about it. It is not accountability and justice that is looked for, but political settlements. No wonder so many political players are silenced or compromised. We have what is supposed to be the highest moral body, the Interreligious Council. Now, the Interreligious Council comprises of religious leaders, leaders of all the religious sects that come together in what is supposed to be a moral body. They went to my house when I was being looked for, when the son of the president was tweeting every day, giving me 48 hours to show up or he will find me and kill me, ordering soldiers to look for me everywhere and kill me. Again, my wife and family was under house arrest. They did not have food because nobody was allowed to go in my house or come out of my house. But when the Interreligious Council went to my house, what they were asking my wife to do, number one, there were two things. First is to warn me not to destabilize the country. And two, asking whether I'm willing to sit down with General Museveni. And I've said it many times, that we are not disagreeable to dialogue, but not transactional dialogue. And also reasserting ourselves that it's only free people that negotiate, and our action and what works for our country and individual. Now, this has also been a big problem to us. We find ourselves in the United States and not in any country in Africa. Why? Because we believe that it is countries like the United States that wield power and influence over authoritarians like General Museveni. We are aware that for a long time the United States was giving up to $1 billion annually to Uganda in security cooperation. So we have always been requesting not just the United States but other developing partners like the EU and the UK, that this aid should be conditioned to values that we all profess: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Unfortunately, it has many times played up as if the US and other developing partners are only interested in diplomacy and not democracy. And that we believe that the more we and you friends echo that desire, that is what's going to work. Many times the US seems to be persuaded by security cooperation, but not democracy, not the promotion of human rights, which is very disturbing in our case. Now, Professor mentioned it in the case of Tanzania, that in Tanzania, the citizens look at the government like a parent. I wish we could look at the government like a parent, but for us, the government in Uganda is looked at, in fact, the president is looked at as a king, and we are subjects. And the son of the president plays it right, because he's not shy to go on social media and say, well, I cannot wait for Mzee to step aside so I can take my inheritance. For clarity, I would request some of you, and I think I'm promoting you, please go and follow Muhoozi Kainerugaba on Twitter. That will help us, to speak less, because he helps us. He puts everything, and whatever he tweets, we believe it is in many ways their dinner table talk. Now, talking about trans-border repression, transnational repression. In the yesteryears, when people were struggling for freedom and for democracy, particularly in Uganda, they would run to Kenya, they would run to Tanzania. But when I was running out of my country, I could not board a plane in Kenya, I could not board a plane in Tanzania. I had to run as far as 3-4 countries away, because General Museveni is more like the godfather of the region. Dr. Kizza Besigye, the guy who mentored us, and a veteran freedom fighter and political activist and opposition leader, was picked from Kenya. He was abducted from Kenya by the Ugandan security. He was driven across the border in a car trunk and only showed up in Uganda in a military court. This has happened many times. My sister Agatha is here. My brother from Kenya, Boniface Mangi, faced the same plight when they went to stand with our brother Tembolisu in Tanzania. This goes on and on and on and on. What I feel is causing this is the inaction and perceived complacency by those that are supposed to be moral big brothers. Kenya used to be safe. Tanzania used to be safe. I want to believe that because the leaders there seemed to expect repercussions when they abuse rights. But General Museveni in Uganda has emboldened all other leaders to abuse rights with impunity because they see him get away with it. This is a guy that has been in power for 40 years. This is a guy that massacres citizens with reckless abandon. This is a guy who has a son that will threaten even other countries. When he threatened to invade Kenya and capture its capital in 1 week, the father, who is the president of Uganda, came out and publicly apologized to Kenya. But the following day, promoted the son. When the son tweeted an image of a tortured political activist, the following day, he was made the commander of the military in Uganda. So, impunity, injustice, and gross human rights violation and crime is rewarded in Uganda, and Uganda gets away with it. I want you to imagine a situation where the Chief of Defense Forces tweets having killed 24 political opponents, and tweets that he orders his military publicly to look for the presidential candidate that is challenging his father and bring his testicles. I apologize for my crude language, but he tweeted and ordered that my testicles should be delivered to him. Interestingly, the following day, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with diplomats, having dinner with ambassadors of democracies. So this, in many ways, is a slap in the faces of those that talk about human rights, that talk about democracy. And it speaks to the silent acceptance of this. So I want to say this, that maybe this impunity wouldn't be happening. Maybe this dictatorship wouldn't be accepted. And maybe these authoritarian leaders would not be behaving like this. But because their actions are seemingly acceptable by the inaction and by the blind eye that is given to them, then it keeps growing. Now, abductions are the order of the day in Tanzania, they are the order of the day in Kenya. Don't be shocked when they are the order of the day in other countries. I could have gone on and on and on and on, but maybe I'll stop here. And I like to make my conversations interactive. I apologize, I'm still healing from that recent trauma. I tend to pinch myself to make sure I wake up from the ordeal and confirm that I'm surely out of Uganda, because I had to escape from my own country. Many of my friends that are perceived and thought to have helped me, some of them, I'm told, have been shot and killed. When I was nominated to run for president, the Electoral Commission gave me 16 police officers to man my security, like they did to all other presidential candidates. Interestingly, after my exit from the country, all of them were rounded up and detained. I'm told that 9 of them were dismissed from the police with disgrace. They are being accused of aiding me to exit the country, while others are still in detention. So much has gone on. Many political activists are still detained. Many of our comrades are still detained. But I hear that they are suggesting to have negotiations with the government to allow me to return to my country and to allow the political party I lead to be recognized as a legitimate political party. So I wonder what they nominated to run for president. I could go, like I said, I could go on and on and on, but maybe I'll take the questions. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
So thank you for coming. We're now going to open the questions to the audience. We are at time, so if people have to leave at 7, we completely understand. But also, if you are willing and able to stay for the Q&A round, you're more than welcome to do so. What I would ask is that you come and line up on this side, because if you are in the crowd, the panelists online can unfortunately not hear you unless you have a mic. So I have a handheld one right here. And so I will be holding it over there, and then our panelists will answer questions. So if you have anything to ask, please come and stand over there and join me on the side.
Given the fact that they seem to be co-opting the very actors that are perpetuating human rights atrocities and impunity. Thank you.
Thank you for this question, and you can go ahead and pick up the mic. Would you prefer that we just ask all the questions at once and then we'll answer them? Yeah, okay. Come on.
Hello, my name is Owen. My question is a general question. How does civil society get back on track when it's being attacked? and it seems that it doesn't have much of a chance to recover when these authoritarian figures are attacking it. It's very important to the preservation of democracy, and so I'm curious how we see it staying in shape and recovering in protect.
All right, John Lema, and my question is just to two panelists. I already shared that with Professor Elizabeth about human rights. So I need to know from them, because from all that has been happening in Uganda, none of them came out and stood with Uganda, pronounced it, all the atrocities that are happening. And then secondly, when we say we are standing for Ugandans, and we heard from their talk right now, it's not about Uganda, just like the president said. It's about Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia. But right now, it's about Uganda. And that's the reason we're here. But they haven't mentioned anything concrete about Uganda. Do they stand for that? Or they have their agendas? Because human rights is supposed to be studied. Because what I told Professor Elizabeth, our own chairperson came out and said it's above my limit. Because I can't have this, they threatened my life. So I'm not going to speak. The only person I know that spoke about human rights in Uganda, and I know the president knows, he was called Tom Buruku the late. He used to live actually right next to you, the quarter flats, the white flats. So he came out and told the president, I am not going to stand with you. So I'm asking all these representatives, what are they doing? Because all they do is pretense. We are tired of pretense. So I will need to listen to what they say. Thank you.
My name is Christine Mutale. I'm here to stand on Uganda. When I was young, we helped a lot of refugees from Sudan, from Rwanda. I was a girl guide. We never had anything to do with the human resource management, which has brought us here. But Uganda, you people, I should call it, you people, including Ambassador as a whole, have denied the suffering of Uganda. I remember when this thing happened, I called somebody here who is very important. And I said, our people are being killed, please, please, please. I said, that lady from Uganda, every day she calls here until I stopped. Human, whatever it is. Up to today, as he said, nobody talks about our people who have been killed in Uganda. Nothing. They have allowed 117 to play game on all heads of states in the whole world. This business of sanctions won't help, even during Amin's time, he did it. They have their money. In fact, they have allowed Chinese to give Uganda quick money than through World Bank and IMF. We have been there with some other people here complaining. There's nothing that has been done. But this time, don't allow that man to play a game on you. He has made the whole world to be useless. Sorry to say so.
Your question. Okay, yes. Hi, my name is Janelle Jin. I'm a senior here in the Elliott School of International Affairs. For my question, the one common thread that I noticed among all the speakers today was the concern of securitization of media within the region, and the securitization of media being used as a justification for digital authoritarianism. As Mr. Wine mentioned earlier, the use of media to almost put out warrants out for people through,
Twitter, other forms of social media, and also media suppression as well. So, and how this framing of the media right now is being framed for countries outside of, after viewing a lot of the concerns that you have all brought up right now as being for security purposes, as not being human rights violations. So my question is going towards how can this framing be reversed so that we can see, the global community come and stand up against this securitization and these human rights abuses. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Abdul. I'm an advocate from South Sudan. I have a couple of questions to Mr. President Bangwai. The first one should be like, how do you envision the upcoming election should look like in Uganda and Africa, as you are someone who went through these challenges? And then secondly, what do you think they use the young people, the message that you want to send to them, especially Ugandan youth when we work together? I think most of the African youth, they get used to work with the youth through talent, and they have a lot of talent. So how can they break these barriers? And I wanted to go further than that also, the role of the diaspora. How can the diaspora help in these transformations of democracy in Uganda? And also my last point, like you went through all these challenges, what gives you hope? Thank you.
I love the last part of the beginning, but it's a very positive point. Go ahead.
All right, my name is God Bless. My question is directed to Bobby. So I've heard about you before today, and someone spoke to me while you come in, and I was asked a question. I said I really don't know much about you other than the fact that you're in struggle. But Mr. Bobby, what is your political, economic ideology? Say you become president in Uganda today, what will change? What sort of economy would you build for Ugandans that would, bring prosperity beyond what is currently happening? Because I can tell you this, that as much as many diasporans want to support people like you and the international community that you rightly called out, if they cannot see their interest in your ideology, both economically, it is going to be difficult to really back you all the way. So, are you a capitalist? Are you a socialist? What are you beyond the fact that you want political power? I think a lot of us in the diaspora, we've gone past the let's just struggle for power, but what are we going to do so that we are not just repeating the same mistakes like those who just wanted power, like the people you're talking about?
Thank you so much for having us here today.
Yeah. I think also these two gentlemen, we're going to count the questions for now because we have quite a list. So go ahead.
My name is Daniel Kauma from Uganda. And my question is going to our former State Department experts. And just to borrow your experience, I think we are noticing that foreign policy is changing across the world. It's becoming very transactional. And that puts oppositions like ours in Uganda at a disadvantage when current regimes can get away with atrocities. If I can offer you minerals, if I can offer you access to oil, if you can accept admitting deported migrants, and so forth and so forth. So I think the challenge is how do we work around the current system? And it's not an easy question, where we see foreign policies becoming very commodified and transactional, where if you're speaking about human rights, few people are listening to you now. They are listening to who is getting them access to resources, minerals. We are seeing it in Venezuela and other countries as well. So how do we work around such a system to advocate for those who are voiceless? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ross.
Thank you very much. My name is Chizin Ika. My question he will be the last gentleman who went back. Because at this time, I don't think Uganda was looking for any economic. He allowed people to not kill day and night.
I'll answer the question. Please ask your question. I'll give the answer.
Really, that's what makes me start up.
Ah,
So,
all right, I'll give the answer.
I actually did not ask a question. I came to show Professor Isabel who was talking about people that alleged have been tortured in Tanzania, and I am here. I am one of them. So I just came so that people see we did not allege. I still live that. My feet have never healed because of the torture. And we filed a case in the East African Court of Justice. We filed a case everywhere. And the international community let us down. You know, good for me is I do not expect so much in the international community. I expect so much in the people of Uganda. So I don't have a sense of entitlement. All the international community to help us. I just also hope that you stop pretending that you are going to help when there's no help. And I'm sorry for saying you. I'm not meaning people here, but I'm saying that that's how the international community looks like. If what we said about Tanzania had been taken into consideration, because we came out after the torture, after being threatened that if we speak we will be killed, and we said we're going to speak so that it stops with us. That's what we at least expected, at the very least. If that had been considered, 10,000 people wouldn't have been massacred in Tanzania. So, but it wasn't. So I am here so that you see that I am the one living that right now, and I am still living it. Thank you.
On this very low list of questions, if you want to go ahead and start answering them.
Sure, thank you very much. The first question was, what would we want the international community to do? And I'm very glad my sister Agatha answered it. We are not asking you to come and save us. We are asking you to stop funding our operation. It is the American taxpayer that gives Museveni those millions of dollars. We are willing, and indeed we are trying to fight against oppression, but we cannot fight against $1 billion every year. We cannot fight against the French guns, against the tear gas that comes from the Europe and all that, you know. We want to free ourselves, but we are fighting against a power that is behind a dictator. In the late 80s, it is until the United States denounced the apartheid government that apartheid fell. Otherwise, even Nelson Mandela was declared a terrorist by Margaret Thatcher. So, the dictators in Africa would not be surviving if they are not being supported by the West. Idi Amin was supported by the West until the West got his hands off him. The same was with Gaddafi and others. So, we are asking the international community to stop, first, three things: stop funding the oppressors, or at least, if you are to have cooperation with African countries, particularly with Uganda, at least put conditions on that aid. Conditions like respect for democracy, respect for human rights, and respect for the rule of law. I think that is not too much to ask for. We are always mocked by the propagandists of the dictators back home. Every time we come here, we don't come here to ask for money. When they are being funded by the Western countries, they call it cooperation. When we come to the Western countries to demand that conditions are put on that aid, they call us Western puppets. So we are asking they should stop funding our operation, and they should use their moral tools that they have. Tools like sanctions, tools like the global Magnitsky, and also to disassociate. I've not seen an American president standing shoulder to shoulder with the European dictator Lukashenko. What Museveni does in Uganda, if it was a European president that does it to European people, I am sure that leader would not be in power the following week, then why is the standard of human rights in Africa put at a lower standard? For lack of a better word, that is racism. So let the standard of democracy in Africa, let the standard of democracy, the standard of human rights in Africa be measured at the same standard with Europe. Somebody asked me, how can civil society be enabled to function? I wish my sister Agatha would help me answer that, because she's more vast in that area. Maybe at the end, I will humbly request her to help me answer that question. And how can the media be framed better to focus on human rights abuse? That's a very good question. The media, in many ways, and I'll talk in the case of Uganda, the media is owned. Almost all radio stations are owned by either a minister or an army general or somebody well positioned. And even those that are not owned are intimidated. We have a radio called the Central Broadcasting Service. It is owned by my kingdom. But I cannot be posted on that radio because Museveni threatened them. In 2009, he took away their license, and they spent more than 15 years operating without a license. So that means that even those radio stations and TV stations are controlled and guarded and intimidated. Thanks to the generation that we live in, we have social media, and it is social media that is helping us. No wonder Facebook is now banned in Uganda. Under the hate of Facebook, you know, in Uganda, like nowhere in the world, they introduced social media tax. Have you heard about social media tax? Well, it was introduced in Uganda. So we survive on the internet. We, for lack of a better word, smuggle the truth out of Uganda using social media. And because it's a creative generation, we tend to, you know, find other creative ways. How can youth play a better role? Get involved. Fold your sleeves and get involved. This is what we are doing. We are doing for the generation to come, because we don't know how long we are going to live. We have seen anybody, especially in Uganda, who tries to stand up to a dictator ends up either in exile or in prison or dead. But we do it nevertheless, because we know that what we do inspires others. You take out one, others rise. You take out Besigye, Bobby Wine rises. You send Bobby Wine to exile, others rise. So think a leaf, young people, and do what you have to do. After all, it is your future. I mean, yesterday I was a young man, now I'm 44. I was a baby when Museveni came, I was 4 years. Now I'm almost a grandfather. So it is the youth that own the future. And to those in the diaspora, you have nothing like an excuse. You are safe. You are in safe God. All nations that have been liberated, their diasporas have played a very, very fundamental role. So get involved. Again, the same young man asked, what gives you hope? What gives me hope? History. History teaches us, yes, the young lady. Thank you. History teaches us that oppressed people have never and can never be oppressed forever. Hitler was powerful, but he fell. Stalin was powerful, but he fell. Museveni is powerful, but he will fall. So that alone keeps us going, knowing that history is on our side, knowing that what we are doing is right. The fact that we have been arrested many times, Dr. Kiza Besigye, I think he's the most arrested person that I know, but he has never been convicted, because the law is on his side, the law is on our side. And those of us who believe in God, we know God is on our side. And when God is on your side, my friend, nothing can stop you. So that alone gives us hope and keeps us going from point to point. Now there's some intellectual young man who asks, what is your economic political ideology? I think, to me it sounded so elitist, maybe because I'm not so educated. But again, our mentor, Dr. Bessie, has mentioned it many times, that the intellectuals are the problem of our generation. I'm a freedom fighter, I just want to be free to choose. It is like asking a slave, what do you want to do with your freedom? Do you want to use it to go to New York? Or to go to, I just want to be free. I want to be free to choose. Now what if I'm a capitalist? Does that mean I don't deserve freedom? What if I'm a socialist? Does that mean I'm not supposed to get freedom? I thought freedom is the right to choose among options. As of now, we want the freedom to be citizens in our country. We want the freedom to have a vote. We don't have a vote in Uganda. We want the right to choose whether to be capitalist or socialist or none of the above. We don't have to explain, I don't have to explain to you whether I'm socialist or capitalist in order to be allowed to be free. So all we want is to be free. Yeah, I think that was all. May I ask my sister Agatha to please answer the question of civil society, because she's the expert on that. Thank you.
Before you start this, Agatha, I'm just going to say that because we were about half an hour over time, we're going to hard stop it at 7:30. So after you're also any questions.
It's just a simple question. I think it was about civil society, what it should do or can do. Civil society in Uganda is not allowed to do anything. 2 months ago, in January, 10 civil society organizations, including the one I work with, were suspended by the government because they did not want us to document anything regarding the elections, not the violations, nothing. That was followed by the freezing of the accounts.
Keep record straight. She said Liz was shot 8 times, 16 times. Can I ask to put that record straight?
Some of us had
Tundulis, she said Tundulis was shot 8 times. It was 16 times.
I mean, space in Uganda has been shrinking very, very gradually in the last 6 years, especially financially. They started by sending out the Democratic Governance Fund, the European fund that was funding civil society in Uganda, and I think that was in 2021, because President Museveni, everyone that writes the law that the government is doing is viewed as subversive. So they told the DG of course arguing against it. Recently, everyone that was funding civil society organizations that are political, especially those in the civil liberties space.
Nengedako Middle East mbulamusizako bahaji bahajati bamasheke mwenna bali Middle East namwe batali ba Islam nga mwagenda okumenya ekigule magaleddi bakansulenti muli bulungi mujje bali bajja mutuusaako engalo mbagala nnyo temujjango okwo bwe nva Middle East manjolekedde Africa mbulamusizako bakadogala bannange mwenna naddala bannayuganda gye mwagenda okunoonyeza ekigule magaleddi banagye mwekukumye ekyo sikimala okuyita mu Africa mbulamusizako nkomekeza ndi mu Uganda mbulamusizako bannayuganda mwenna abali Maserengeta Mambuka Bukiikaddyo Bukiikakkono ne Masekkati mu Buganda mbulamusizako mujje balakoje mutuusaako engalo mwe bali kubeerako abali mu Kampala mukono wa Kiso Entebbe mbaagala nnyo mwenna mbatumiddeko abali mu Makaaga mutendeko TV gagadde abalina essimu zammwe mu station zonna mu Uganda mu bibanda wonna we muli abasaabaza abantu ku boda mu taxi abali mu malwaliro mwenna we muli mu bukatale akeedi wonna mbatumiddeko ne mu masaloni bwe nvaawo mbangenda batuma nkusaba ontambuliza akatambi kano era option y'abantu 10 kye tuyita sharing is caring mwe kimutannamanya bw'okwata video n'ogitambuliza n'ogiweereza abantu 10 abantu 10 oba bajje mu nvuba y'obutamanya gwe bw'otegera bale batategera kiba kibi nnyo tekira kye kikugaana ku sharinga katambi kano bw'osharinga ofunamu olw'ensonga nti oba otaasizza olw'ensonga information iba etambula esimu yiyo data wo share button ya bwerere kwatako bukwazi ngo share nga tena wofiwa information etambule bwe mara kusaba ntambuliza akatambikano ku bantu 10 abantu mwenda akama kasigalo kate ku page yo oba account yo bweto botusasanya information bwe mara kusaba kusasanya information nsaba mpitano Mr. President wa Chagulanyi Center mu ndawo mu America kutumiddeko nkusaba otuleko kwa katono nsaba montagingire wono daily drinking general Muhozi Kanyerugaba didigi baby ndunya bereka tambikana nsaba montagingire Nyandi Osoferiti bahabrota bachira mutabano wa kare chensete mzizede sanga besona nyine kwa munyo tambula aberekuno nsaba montagingire ba religious leaders bona baberekuno ba religious leaders nsaba montagingire Saluga Mulengeja bana bya mfuzi bonna mu Uganda babereko ne ba comrade mwana mbereko kati video yo waliro nsa montagira basajja ba UPDF bonna babere ku video tugenda jikwata mpola then tugende mangu je tulina okubeera sagala kubalwisa ngenda kuyisa bulango bubiri then tugende maaso akaranga kasoka bana Uganda mwenna abawangali mu gwanga lya America naddala abakozi bana Collective National Platform saako n'abawagizi okiiko olukulembera National Platform n'abawagizi bakutegeeza nti bagitadde okwekalakaasa ngenda kuzomwezi 3 mu lumu omwezi guno kugenda kubeera mu Washington DC White House ne ku Ugandan Embassy mu Washington DC ne bakutegeera nso okusimbula kugenda kubeera Waltham mwena abamanyi ekintu kye bayita Waltham mu America ndoza kiri Boston Massachusetts mubeereyo mbungi essaamu zimanyi bulungi nnyo abakulembeze mbakubire babategeeze okukalakasa kugenda kubeerayo okutambula na buli kimu mubuza abakulembeze mwena abali mu America amasaza gonna agakola eggwanga America. Alright. Era obukulembeze bwa National Platform sa copy pop mu gwanga lyabongeza kutegeeza nti bategese okwekalakasa ng'okwekalakasa kuno kugenda kubeera ku luguudo okusula oba ewali afesi za South Minister abongeza gye bayita 10 Downing Street London SW1A 2AA kulw'omukaaga enkya ng'enaku z'omwezi 28 omwezi ogwokusatu omwaka 2026 ku ssaawa 5 ez'okumakya mpaka saa 11 ez'akawungeezi ne bakugamba bakubira omulango gotakungula erisa minisita abongereza mukulu Kasitama okulekeraawo okulondobamu mu ngeri eddembe ly'obuntu n'enkwe eziri mu Uganda aveeyo ayogere n'okuyimiriza ebikolwa bya Nyandi Osoferiti mu Uganda kubanga member wa Commonwealth era bateekeko sanctions ku bakulembeze bonna abatawanya n'okulinyira eddembe ly'obuntu mu Uganda ne basembya wansi free political prisoners in Uganda ngwera kumenya bisingawo ojja kukubira abakulembeze ba National Platform ku simu yabwe y'ongalo Kasala Banyanya 75 603 oba bwandikire email ku email yaabwe eri officialukpeoplepower@gmail.com ojja kuba obafuna keeko akalango k'abakulembeze ba National Platform mu ggwanga lya Bungereza okwekalakasa kugenda kubeera olunaku lwankya olw'omukaaga enkya olunaku olw'omukaaga mubeere mbungi bannayuganda mu ggwanga lya Bungereza musobole okuba nga mubeere mu kwekalakasa bwe kutyo awo tuba tuvuddewo obulango buba buwedde kati kansooke mpisewo security alert eno njiddemu omulundi ogusembayo bw'obama omanyi ng'oli mujaasi munnayuganda oligino ng'oli mu Uganda mbawoningidde ebbanga ddene nnyo eno security alert ne mbagamba waliwo enteekateeka egenda obbattira abaana bammwe nga bano abasajja abanyarwanda bayisa ekiwandiiko nga kiragira buli musirikale wa UPDF bw'olina omwana nga n'emyaka 10 okuweza emyaka 25 mumuwandiisa ayingire mu magye nembaga temukikola naye mukyagenda mu maaso ekikola kati memo ekwatagana n'okuwandiika kuno nagibasomera era gyenguddeko eno nga yo egenda kukoma nga March 28 naye ng'eno yo yeggulu esoma bweti iri lwaki nnwana nammwe lwaki ngibasomera kangibatere babega screen mugyerabire manye empaka muyina nnyingi nnyo ojaba eyo yiyo memo bulijjo ngibagamba linda gibalaga ngibaddiramu bw'oba oli musirikale wa UPDF indigenous please don't allow any of your biological children to be enrolled in UPDF or in NSFC forces, because this is a well-planned move to cleanse out your biological children. Please stay warned. This is the last moment. I warned you. If you fail to understand exactly what I'm telling you, it's up to you. So, mutegere bulungi, mwenna abavubuka, abakyala, abali mu jeri ya UPDF, nga mukitegedde, awo tuvuddewo. Kansooke mmala okukola ogwa naddibanga wano. Nga sinagenda mu njagala. 1. Tweet General Muhoozi Kanyarugaba, daily drinking general. Baby Ndunya zali mukola ng'alumba eggwanga lya Iran. Zonna ezo diversion. Anoonya talkability ng'akola diversion okubajja ku mulamwa gw'ensi. Please, teba muntu yenna sharing nga commentinga. Zonna tweet zali mukola essaawa zino anoonya talkability emwogerako ku international level ngira bwazikozesanga diversion. Jukira nabawonize diversion ebagenda okuleeta era mwazirabyeko dda. Eboozibozi by'okuwemula ebya stansi na buli kimu zonna tweet zali mu kukola kati nga zigamba nti ye agenda kuba Irani oba asobola okuyingira mu lutalo lwa Irani. Ezo diversion mulabyeko omu agenti waabwe mbamukubidde ku kisaawo kya Ssaabasajja Kabaka wali ewa wankulukuku mu kimanyi nti ezyo nabizanyo gyabwe. Ono mvubuka avuga empanka balamu gwe yasonyadde bamukwata. Ezo na diversion. Nabagambye ekikulu mwategedde nti abantu bano tubabeera mu maseresere bisinga. Nabagamba ba state agent babula. Lwaki? Nabagamba teri muntu mu Uganda agagala from nowhere ne mutamanya income and expenditure. Ate ne mbagamba nti state yekozesa omuntu nemala nemwabya nga yetamanyi nti emwabizza etya. Mu ba state agent bennyina bali ku social media ate boogera nnyo ne batandika okwabya ebyama. Kati mwategedde olutalo lubaddewo wakati atunda ebyebikuba mu buliri n'atunda ebibajje. Olutalo mwalutegedde era mwategedde income sente gye bazijja sponsorship. Kati nabagagga bwe mutyo nabagamba Haji Bakaluba naye mwamutegedde ebintu bye. Nabagamba buli kimu kijja kwejjayo gye bakoma okwogera beeyabya. So mubeere prepared ku buli kimu kyonna ekijja naye temukiwa makulu wabula mulondo beemu mubaamu ebintu ebituufu boogera nnyo ne bamala ne beeyabya. Kati mukitegedde bulungi nnyo. Bwe mmala okutuuka mu bintu ebyo mubitegedde, so muve ku diversion. Kiki ekikulu ekiriwo. Kati mulina kye mwagala ennyo okuwulira essaawa zino. Naye kye mwagala okuwulira nga sina kigendako kansooke mpiseewo message eno. Message eno eruwa. Obukulembeze bwa National Platform, baloya ba National Platform abawolereza abakomedi baffe bali mu kkomera. Angenda basaba leader of opposition General Secretary na Mr. President wonna wooli mbasaba musooke mufune muka okutuula mwogere bwe kiba kisoboka abakomedi baffe baleme okujja mu kkomera, baleme okujja mu kooti kubanga kooti za Museveni tezikyana bakulu. Basigale bo basalye tebajja mu kooti kuba it's a time wastage. Tebalina kibagenda bakolera ndo bagamba kubanga emisango egimu gibavunaanibwa. Kooti ya ssemateeka yasazizaamu dda etteeka lya social media kitegeeza emisango egy'emifu. Kati bajja mu kooti ate omulamuzi amalira biseera takyabagamba keeping on prolonging. Mwena kye mutategedde mu kooti. Omukyalo ono n'ebintu byasoma tabisoma nti abijja muntu amanyi amateeka yagakootinga. Asoma emails ze bamusindikidde ng'afuna orders from above okukola by'alina okukola mu kooti ku ssaawa eyo. Omulamuzi w'ekanyanya so takola nti asinzira mu experience ye. Lwaki? Ebintu byakola abikola ng'asinzira ku order from above. Kati baganda baffe baleeta mu kooti tekikyagasa basigale mu kkomera babasibe emyaka gye bali basiba bo bennyini bwe bali babagadde bali bata naye bajja kukisasulira ekintu ekyo. Njagala musooke mutunde omukyalo ono. Njagala mutunde facial expression, body language, eye contact. Engeri gy'asomamu statement ng'eva ku laptop ye. Then mlyoke mutegeere nti bano abasajja tebalina magezi. Kye njagala musooke mufokasingeko. Omulala bw'atunula kye njagala osooka ofokasingeko bulungi nnyo so kule bwatunula kamalo kuongeza kuwa ndebozi ngenda kuzanya voice video so kule bwatunula
in simple terms I am saying that there will be no recording kulesha kote gange kila kuda kubera kafina kamera zinaweza kuata kote ngenda that is what I'm saying. Affiliated members
no najira kasome
no order for proceedings in camera is made. Live audio recording. Live audio recording. Live video recording. Live photography. And live streaming. From inside the courtroom is prohibited.
Kati botulina omukazi oyo facial expression body language eye contact ngera tuna mu laptop nga afunye email mbuli okwogera ebigambo ebyo which is wrong kasite kirungi tiba kanso bakitapuse bulungi naye era ba comrade baffe bero mukyala nga akola ebintu by'ekisiru ne bava mu mbeera ne batandika okwekalakasa tetugenda kudda mu court so kino bwe kitewe kibadde. Yeyembera bakomere bade mu kooti ng'omukyala agezaako nnyo okukyusa ebigambo bakomere musigali nga muli bagumu ekijja kogwa awo tuvuddewo kati ndoza kasooke tutandikire ku tension eriwo gye mwagala okumanya ennyo mu bufunze akatambi katandise tutandise tutya ekisookera ddala muŋŋambire ba religious dealers ngenda bogerako gye bujjako maaso wabula akatambe mu kutandika wano njagala bateekamu mungambire ba religious dealers oba kitaffe mu nkwe nti emirimu gye bakola tebagikola on behalf of God, bagikola on behalf of their godfather, that is Museveni, who pays them monthly. Tebagikola ku lwa Katonda. Mubagambe ebigo bye bagenda boogera across the group nga bawandiika amabaluwa nti Uganda erina emirembe era democracy erina freedom bikyamu. Lwaki? Teri nsi erina freedom, teri nsi erina democracy ate yesimbye mu bakaka teri yonno, kubanga ensi erimu freedom ne democracy eyesimbyewo aba alina right okumonitoringa obululu bwe n'okufuna DRS form n'okuba campaign mu mirembe. Naye yesimbye batasobola kuweebwa results zaava mu kulonda nga tekyamani wakakiko by'okulonda talina results ezo ziyalangira mu kama. Okitegeeza ensi terimu democracy, terimu freedom. Kati bakitaffe mu nkwe mu ddiini mwogera muti ati Uganda erimu emirembe era erimu democracy. Tewali democracy, tewali nsi erimu democracy gye babba mu kalulu, tewali nsi erina mu peace gye babba kalulu, kubanga omuntu gwewesimba naye alina okuba nti ataddewo enkola yonna ey'emirembe. Kati bannaddiini ba propagandalist n'abakulembeze abamu ku kalo Africa, don't be fooled because you are engaging in a deadly games about Museveni and his crooks in Uganda. The so-called African Union, when you were invited by Museveni, I'm sure 100% he paid you as usual because Museveni is good at compromising people. You came out with the fake statements that the elections were free and fair, which wasn't right, because Museveni paid you, each and every person who was invited in Uganda. That's why even the European Union depended on your statement. The UK Parliament and the administration, they depended on what? On your statement, because you were paid by Museveni not to speak the truth. And you said that elections were free and fair. There is no free and fair elections when the chairman of the commission can't even produce the real results in the public. Because there is no freedom, there is no peace, there is no democracy in Uganda. If there is democracy in Uganda, and if there is peace in Uganda, the winner would have been announced with the clear results, which shows that Museveni won. But unfortunately, the chairman of the commission, Simon Mugeni Debaka, he doesn't have any results which shows that Museveni won the elections. But for us, we have the results which shows that Bobby Wine won the election. So there is no peace, there is no democracy in Uganda. And this message goes direct to all interreligious leaders in Uganda, the so-called Wachita Femunkwe. Stop moving around across the country, across all embassies and the other international communities, lying to them that the country is at peace. The country is not at peace. Awonjagadde kuyita obuyisi. Kale tutandike. Njagala mubeere beegendereza nnyo. Omukulembeze omuli Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yatugamba nti obuyinza busobola okukyuka nga tewaliwo okuyiwa omusaayi. Amune mukidawutinga. Ennyumba ya sitaani we twogerera ekutta omuliro. Fire brigade ezisobola okuzikiza omuliro ogwo teziriiwo. Ze ziriwa. Tolabanga olunaku okutuuka ng'abalabe bo bennyini beekuba ggwe ng'otudde ebbali. Tolabanga olunaku okutuuka ng'abalabe bo bali mu kulwana bokka ggwe ng'otudde ebbali. Abaagenda okusamira mu nsozi mwebale. Abaagenda okusamira mu mbuga zonna mwebale. N'abakyakuma ebyoto mwebale. N'abaasumulula ebintu byonna Museveni bye baali bamuwadde ng'abyesibye mwebale. Kubanga kitokota si kisaanikire. Kitokota kitya. Bw'olaba ng'omulabe badde akukijjanya atandise okukwata ab'omunda, manya nti wasamira n'omala mwebale mubalire ddala. Kati kyenjagala musooke mufokasinge wano. Nabagamba teri komanda abeera komanda nga mufu. Komanda alina okubeera mulamu nga wa orders. Kuba Kyagulanyi Ssentamu mulamu. Bino byonna Muhoozi byali mu kukola ng'akwata abamagye abanene. Byonna. Kitokota si kisaanikire kitya. 1. Ye Muhoozi alowooza nti baali mu kukwata ke kamu ku kabinja stepmother we genetic era yasiga mu system. Ye Muhoozi alowooza nti akabinja kali mu kukwata bebamu ku stepmother we be yasiga mu system okumulemesa okufuga. Olunaku lwa leero akutte n'akyusa. Akutte Don Nabasa ono mujjukira bulungi nnyo, musajja mutemu nnyo. Akutte Brigadier John Namanya. Akutte Lugumayo niye James Birungi yamukwata dda. Lwaki abakwata bano? One, amanyi nti bano bantu b'egenetic yali yasiga maki mu bitongole by'enjawulo bagenda mukolera emirimu gye. Kati ye obuzibu mutamanyi bubuno wano bino byonna Muhoozi abikola, amanyi nti bano be bayambako Kyagulanyi okufuluma ng'ate kikyamu. Ye Muhoozi amanyi nti bano bayambako Kyagulanyi okufuluma ng'ate kikyamu. The second thing amanyi nti bano babadde abantu bajje nti byasiga mu security organization, which is not true, which is true nti ababadde ba agent ba Janet. Kati Muhoozi kiyali ayagala mu kusooka ekisooka mwenda kinjagala mbategeeze. Muhoozi by all means yali ayagala kutta Kyagulanyi. Bw'amala okutta Kyagulanyi agambe nti mulaba nti abase opposition leader babano mbakoleze ki mbakutte. Naye bw'amala omutta bw'ati weyagala okumala omutta atekinge over kyetuyita kudita. Kyagulanyi n'amanya neyeesolosa ng'obudde bukyali n'amma Muhoozi kudita. Kati essaazi Muhoozi kyakola ayagala kuteekawo nkola ya kutwala buyinza ku kifuba. Temwewuunya kudita ng'eyapeninze, naye kudita yonna eyapeninga si yakyukakyuka yaba kuba Muhoozi alabika ayagala twala buyinza ng'obudde bukyali. So bino byonna byakola byonna birisafo byonna bibye ng'omuntu kyali mu kukola ekya diversion kwekwata treaty zirimbu alumba Iran ezo na diversion main focus eriruddawa weewo omutegedde obulungi nnyo. Kati ennyumba sitaani ekutta omuliro egukutte etya? Okusookera ddala njala bagamba nti amawulire agafulumye ku mutimbagano ge mwalabye mwonna amawulire matuufu. Amawulire ge mwalabye ku mutimbagano amawulire gonna matuufu. Nja kusooka kuwaako obubonero bwonna obulaga nti matuufu. 1. Abawangalya mu bitundu by'embuya naddala okuliraana military barracks wabaddewo nakati wakyaliwo deployment ey'amaanyi ng'amagye ga SFC n'ebitongole ebikuuma eby'amaanyi bitekinze over eddwaliro eryo. Ebitongole bikuuma First Family era ne Museveni yabaddewo. So eyo sayini yokka ekulaga nti waliwo ekitali kya bulijjo era waliwo ne diversion ez'emmotoka ozitakkiriza kwetayiza mu mbuya omwo. Ye sayini esooka. Sayini ey'okubiri wabaddewo celebrations ezibadde zigenda okukolebwa within the First Family, zonna zayimiriziddwa ne meetings z'abaminisita ezimu zibadde zina okubeera zonna zayimiriziddwa. Okitegedde bulungi nnyo. Ye sayini ey'okubiri. Sayini ey'okusatu information ebyo yafulumye gyenjagala musooke mutegeere. Wabaddewo akasiriikiriro ba state agency ku social media nga basirise, but unfortunately Metro nevaayo newandiika. Metro FM ya musajja bamuyita Francis Babu yasoose n'awandiika bw'ati. Waffe twasende tugasiriikira ntugalabe. Metro FM yawandiise bw'eti. Njagala kukootinga mbatwale waliwo emwagala wennyini. Metro FM yawandiise bw'etyo. The moment Kasitolaba State funded mainstream media ng'epostinze manya nti waliwo kiki waliwo ekikyamu. Eyo Metro ya postinze. Metro bwe mala okupostinga then musajja mukulu ono n'apostinga bw'ati. Musajja mukulu ono n'apostinga bw'ati. Musajja mukulu n'apostinga bw'ati. Oyo Baramba Lugahale n'apostinga bw'ati. Olya bulungi nnyo. Mumaze ogisoma. Kale kamba somere posti zino. Eno yasose ku makya. Yasoma bw'eti. Metro FM. Mama Janet Kataha Museveni is not sick or even dead, as many different opposition leaders and activities are claiming. There is no credible source that has reviewed that so far, not even the state press unit. Mbu, Janet Kataha Museveni, mbu simulwadde, era simufu. Nga ebyogererwa ab'oludda oluvuganya saako n'abalwanyizi b'eddembe boogera. Tewaliiwo mawulire matuufu gye gava wadde ago agayina okwogera ku nsonga zino ag'ennyumba ya setaani teriiwo. Oyo n'asirika kati bwe gatambudde nnyo barambalugalaho n'agamba bw'ati. May God bless and protect our nation's mother and first lady, Janet Museveni, and her husband, Nyandi Yosoferi Kaguta Museveni. May be strengthened with wisdom, grace, and good health as they lead, serve. Mama Janet Museveni is truly one of the kindest and most loving mother I have ever known. May she be continually blessed for her kindness, generosity, and compassion towards vulnerable children and young people around the world. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade at your night and hand. Bwati bawandiisa kati bamala okuwandika ebigambo ebyo kati kandi kuvire ku ntono nga bulwagala kitegeeza nti ennyumba sitaani ekutta omuliro. Amazima gali nti Janet tannafa, si mufu. Janet si muki. Njagala kukola statement kubanga enkya mmanyi minisita baali bagenda kuba bagerumbuye bikibya. Janet tannafa. Njagala kukola clarification. Janet tannafa. Wabula Janet ali ku life support mu ddwaliro eryambuya specialized military hospital. Ali ku life support. Life support bye byuma ebisobola okuyambako omuntu okubeerawo singa ebitundu bye emukkiriza okubeerawo mu bulamu ng'abikozesa biba tebikola. Gamba ng'amawuggwe, omutima, obwongo, n'ebirala nga tebisobola mukola kimu support nga muteeka ku byuma ebyo mukola kimu. Kati Janet ali ku life support mu Mbuya military barracks gyali yatuuseeyo atya. Mujjukira Janet alimu omwezi. Amanyi Oluganda Janet alimu omwezi mugumanyi. Anti mwagala information. Janet alimu omwezi. Njagala ng'ambe wanti omwezi mugumanyi. Janet alimu omwezi. Mu kubeeramu omwezi Janet alina diabetes ziri ku level 4. Ompulya bulungi nnyo. Janet alina pressure n'ebirala. Kati Janet yagudde mu kinaabiro. Bw'agwa mu kinaabiro Windows ne zilinkingamu okukoba pipi. Windows muzima Windows ne babe pipi. Ne ziyikamu. Bagenza omutuukako nga taakeese taasulewo. Nga ku ssaawa eyo baba tebasobola muteeka ku nnyonyi mufulumya gwanga. Ekiseera ekyo ekyabeereddewo. Kye baadde balina okukola kwe kukwata Janet Kembabazi omujja mu State House yoga mpaka mu Mbuya Specialized Military Hospital ne bamuteeka mu ICU na kati gyali ali ku life support. Mumpulya bulungi nnyo ali ku life support. Wabula kyenjagala musooke mutunde ebintu bino wammanga. 1. Diversion ez'okukyusa entambula mu kitundu ekyo bwe zisigala nga weeziri aba akyaliwo. Deployment bwe zisigala nga weeri aba akyaliwo. Deployment bwe zivaawo zonna kitegeeza bamuggyeewo. Okitegedde bulungi nnyo. Kitegeeza bakoze eki? Kitegeeza bamuggyeewo. Ebyo mbikugamba. Lwaki mbikugamba? 1. Bano abasajja gensembye okufuna okuva mu sources zange gagamba confirmed on life support planning to airlift her to Germany but she's not responding to treatment for now. So medical board cannot clear her for now to be flight for treatment. Confirmed Janet Kembabazi ali ku byuma kwalina okusiza bimuyamba okubeerako. Mu budde buno tebasobola muteeka ku nnyonyi mutwala Germany gye badde baproposinga olw'ensonga tarespondinga oba omubiri gwe n'embeera gy'alimu tennaba mukkirisa mubiri gwe kuba nti gudde engulu gukolagana eddagala era asobola okuba nti basobola omutegeerera oba asobola okuba nga tebasobola kukkiriza kubeera ku nnyonyi kebere medical ambulance basobola kuteekako nga omubiri gwe tegurespondi nga kuba osobola ofiira mu bbanga awo. Kati akakiiko akakwasaganya ku byobulamu mu ggwanga kabayita medical board tekasobola kukkiriza kusayiningira Janet Kemba bazimufulumya kumutwala Germany kumujjanjaba. Kati mutegedde bulungi nnyo era buli kimu kikyuse nga bwe kirina okubeera awo, so tebayo muntu yenna akulimba nti Janet si mulwadde. Janet mulwadde wabula si muki si mufu, si diversion si stand, ye mulwadde. Ompulira bulungi, si mufu nenga muki mulwadde. Jukira omuntu abeera ku life support wabeera probability okudda n'obutakola ki n'obutadda wabula mbaga abantu abeera ennaka mu mbuya deployment bweremerawo diversion mu jjamu neesigala nga weeri kitegeeza nti omukyalo naakola ki akyaliwo. Deployment bwevaawo ne traffic nasigala nga atambula bulungi afulowinga bulungi kitegeeza bamugjeewo baba balina gye bakoze ki gye bamututte. Wabula nga bweri enkola bwe yekweke badde bagezezaako kumibe kubanga Janet amaze lunaku agenda kukwata lwakuna nga waali mu ddwaliro eyo. Ye bate bagala information ekole ki efulume, bate bagala information efulume naye ng'ate balina kikola okuba tebagala seetegeere. Yensonga lwaki mulaba pressure eriwo essaawa zino ne panic eriwo omukyala ye ku Katonda yamanyi emuliko naye ng'ate jjukira sources z'omunda zibadde zimanyi nti omuntu alina okubeera mu mbeera eyo currently abadde alina kubeera Nyandi Esoferi tebahabulwa so si Janet. Omuntu abadde alina okubeera mu mbeera eyo abadde Nyandi Esoferi tebahabulwa so si Janet, but wabula Katonda nga bw'akola ebintu bye. Laba ate Janet yagenze mu mbeera eyo n'ono ali wano kati ate okusinziira ku mbeera ezaabwe ng'abantu. Oli bw'abeera mu mbeera eyo kiba kiteeka pressure ku Nyandi Esoferi ate naye abasoba mugamba dda ennaku z'embale kubanga yatuuka dda mutendera ogwokuna ogwa kansa anzira okuba nga atuddawo n'azikira buzikizi. Kati abantu babiri abo jjukira kankweko ekyokulabirako eyali bba w'omugenzi kati Queen wa Bungereza bwe yafa ne Queen yamala okukaseera katono nnyo naye n'afa. Abantu bano olwokuba nti babadde nabbanga ddene kino kigenda muleetera obuzibu kyobula nti ono nvubuka essaazi nali mukukola fujjo essaawa zo kubanga akimanyi oli focus eri ku mukazi we already naye embeera mbi kati yembeererwo anytime naye nga njagala bagamba tannafa kwazi eno video manyi bagirikodinga bagenda gikosa nga ebaagala naye tannafa ali mu mbuya specialized military hospital gyali kuliko buli kika kya mu dokita abavudde wa Pirato, abavudde India, abavudde Germany kuliko n'abalasha. Kwe bali mugezaako kulaba nti omukyala bakola ki bamukanika asumenga atanada, she doesn't respond on the medication. Nenga nyoga amanyi olulimi olusawo nti bano olwokuba nti bakuuma nnyo ebyama nga tebaagala kuba embuutu nga tebaagala musugumbize nga bakimeziza okw'omusana ate nga n'akawogo bakalinawo basobola okuleka Janet ku mukka ogwo oba ku byuma n'abeerako nga batandika okukola obuvuyo bwabwe buluwa. Wano njabbako ekyokulabirako waliwo omulangira w'eggwanga lya Dubai yafuna akabenje naye kitaawe yali amwagala nnyo n'agamba omwana wange engeri gy'akyalimu embeera mutwale mu ddwaliro bamuteeka ku byuma tulente n'abeerawo. Yesu omwana bamutwala ku byuma n'abeerako nyamalako emyaka 24 naye ng'olwedde ne bamuggyako ng'afa. Musajja agenda okulanga tekyakola makulu omwana alidde ssente nnyingi otagenda kudda ne bagamba mujje ku ki ku life support omwana ne bamuziika. Kati abantu bangi nnyo babeera ku life support ebbanga ddene nga baafa dda. Kati mwe kyemulina okusaba kyemwagalizanga embazi kibyaga akoze ekyaso owakabaani 10 ow'essala ya Kamulali 10 naye nga temunnakuma bintu ebyo njala kubuuza Nyandi Esoferi tebahabulwa ne famire yammwe singa kino kijjanga namugereko abasazeewo munaatutegeezaako ku nsonga eno wajja tuziike watuufu singa ngambe singa njala mukwate bulungi muba mugenda Twitter nga tugenda Lwakitula tugenda Ntungamo oba tugenda wa Pirato location entuufu yeruwa singa ngambe singa tuba tugenda Ntungamo Lwakitula oba tugenda wa Pirato singa kibaddewo mutubuulirako watuufu kubanga tetumanyi watuufu mbeera mu Uganda ni muzaalibwa so njala babuuza mututegeezaako temutubuulire mutubuulira question entuufu tunaaba tugenda Ntungamo tugenda Lwakitula oba tugenda wa Pwani tugenda wa Pirato e Rwanda munatulako bulungi nnyo so mutujja tubulya bulungi nnyo nga embeera gye bali mwagala okumanya ye embeera eriwo ku Janet Kembabazi ye mulwadde ne simufu njala kola clarification simufu nengera embeera gyalimu eyo gibaga nti omulwadde alumya ejjiiko gibaga nti omulwadde alumya amuweese era nga mwenza ntwala obudde nga temuzze mumulaba naye mbwadde embeera gye muyinza okumutalindamu ekintu kino bwe bakulyetinga diversions ennyingi mumanye deployment bwesigalawo ebbanga nga tevuddeewo ne jam traffic jam awo mumanye ebiri wakati mbadde nina wano abantu bange bensindise ku ground oba monitoringireko embeera nga bweri eno kyokfa kino kibadde basobodde okufunako nga deployment y'amaanyi nnyo nga n'okukwata essimu okulikodinga si kyangu nnyo ebweru wa ddwaliro tebaga nti muli mu ddwaliro munda abweru wa ddwaliro
abagundi baabo SSC baabo deployment yiyo omukazi yagenze kazi agenzere
so a deployment y'amaanyi nnyo era n'abalwadde bano abalwadde ababulijjo abadde bakkizibwa okuyingira mu ddwaliro bayinza obutasobola kufuna access nga mukyalo yakyaliwo era abasawo bonna tebakkiriza musawo kuyingira essimu yo gireka waka era ojja gisanga waka byolabye bitwalira mu mutwe ate singa bifuluma bamanya abasawo bikiyinza okufulumira mukitegedde bulungi nnyo abasawo bonna tekuli musawo akkirizibwa kuyingira na ssimu essimu zonna bazirewo kale balitangalabi zaabwe mpaka mu ddwaliro okukola ekisoboka nekyo mba kimumanya ye mulwadde okufa ala yamanyi tujja bategeeza bwe kina kituuseewo naye nga buli alina essala bulijjo gy'oyagala okusaba gisabe mukama akuyisizewo ky'oyagala so ekyo mbali musinga okwagala kuba update ku nsonga eyo naye nga mukitege nti ennyumba ya sitaani erimu omuliro gukutte gutokota naye nga n'ennyanja yosoferiti baabulwa ali mu mutendero gw'okuna ogwa kansa kati ate didigi atandise okwaplotinga abantu bonna jene tiberi atadde mu system atandise obaplotinga abajjamu naye nga ate abantu bano nobalina emirandira kati kirava ku ekyo mujja kitegeera kati nga bulijjo saagala nnyo bamadamudde ku nsonga eyo mutegedde bulungi nnyo njala tugende ku nsonga endala nga bweyina okubeera awo tuvuddewo abafunye information mukitegedde bulungi nnyo awo saagala kusukkawo kwa eyo information mugifunya katugende ku nsonga endala ensonga endala mara okujja mu zino video kati olunaku lwajjo omukulembeze wa Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yabaddeko mu lukuŋŋaana olumu n'ayogera ensonga zonna nga bwe zadde zirina okubeera era n'azirambika bulungi nnyo mu kulambika ensonga ezo video zonna twazibateereddeyo ku mitimbagano Facebook weziri ku TikTok basensaling information ya national platform yonna bagikukasitambiramu ekigambo Kyagulanyi bagisenshalinga ku page ngeyange nezabala bakuteekako mu document guidelines. Kati president byabadde ayogera yasindise message mu abasinga obungi temwagifunye. Omanyi waliwo abasajja bakola likodi mutafunako information. One, omugenzi Olito Joko mu kufiira mu nnyonyi bamukola kye bakola galanga. Omuntu ayinza okutegeera oba gwe ayinza okutuma okola omulimu ogw'okutta omuntu oba otegebbo mu motoka mwagenda okutuula oba otegebbo mu nnyonyi mwagenda otuula. Kati bw'otuuka okugitegamu n'omulinda gyalinnye nakugamba bayeza woyinza okuba tuli busy jjukira mukamaawo oba munene nagamba nti tuula nawe tugende naawe naye nga wategedde motoka gitaddemu bbomu oba ennyonyi wagiteddemu bbomu n'otuulamu ne mubalukira mu gwe nnyini guwa giteze nga gweyagala okutega n'emwali nga tosobola gibuukamu olaba otandika okutuuyana bw'oba olina akatenge nnyo oga mukama wange n'osonyiwa mbadde jala muyimiriza emmotoka eno tuveemu waliwo ekikyamu ekirimu nga bakubuuza kiki naye mule bampadde omulimu tegemu bbomu ofiiremu naye kati ate naate mwerimu kati nebyolito jjoko bito ebyali nebyagalanga bibati abataggalanga batega bbomu bennyini baalimu yabaga atugenda ffenna nabaga mwena mugere mulinya bbomu ne bali mnyinyonyi ne batulikirako mu bbanga ne bafa kati ne president statement yakoze basinga bete mwagitegeera bwete. One, abasajja bambasada ba Africa bonna basinga obungi bali mu Uganda bakolagana ennyandwe. Abasajja abazungu bakolagana n'ennyandwe ng'abatemera. Kati bw'aba batemera nga bakwata ebimu ku bibi babatemedde nga babisindikira bakama baba bali komandinga okujja mu nsi muno. Kyova olaba nti ne bwe twali nga tuli mu president yali mu European Union okwadressinga European Union akasajja akasembayo ne mu Geneva obusajja obwasembayo bwonna bwe bukoordinata bw'abasajja abo kwogera statement y'ekisiru mu kusembayo nga kafundikira bwe busajja obugabana sente za Museveni. Kati president bwe yakoze statement bonna Kakota yabadde abakubiramu. Bonna Kakota yabadde abakubiramu n'abalabisa. Bonna yakubiddemu bonna Kakota baga nti singa ono abadde dikiteta nga muzungu mwandibadde mwamugjawo dda. N'okuba nti muddugavu awa abantu bamwe enguzi ne basobola okukola byayagala ne bakola bye baagala nabo bakola bye baagala. Kati yabalabisiza ku international level. Ekyo nate mwakitegedde. Ekyo yakikoze. Lwaki yabalabisiza? Abasajja bennyini bali ne Museveni mu ngalo era Museveni yakimanyi bulungi nnyo. Kati ensi ekikulu kyekirwa. Ba kitaffe mu nkwe religious dealers mujje baleko gye mutuusaako engalo. Wattu nali wano nenzija nekola information. Bwe nakola information nga mugenze mumaka ga president ngamaze okuzoganya first lady nembulira ensi biki bye mwali mugenze nnyande bye batuma ne muwaka ensi nesobola nedawutinga munze sizirekaana bantu wabula mubadde mukimanyi nti bano abasajja religious dealers oba kitaffe mu nkwe babadde bawandiika amabaluwa nga bagawandiikira buli embassy yonna ne commission eri mu Uganda nti Uganda is democratic, Uganda is peaceful, directions we are fear and fear. Abasajja jukira bali abantu ba foreigners bamanyi nti bano bannaddiini public ekola kye babuliramu nga abasajja bawandiika amabaluwa Intelligence Dealers Association okulonda kwali kwa mirembe era okugwanga limu emirembe okulonda kwali tewali bukizibu ebyo naye mula byonna just bibeerawo beezinenga ffe tukkiriziganya ng'aba abantu ba Katonda okulonda kwali kwa mirembe tewali buzibu nga biwandika buli embassy yonna eri mu Uganda oba yabaddugavu oba yabeeru ebisajja byagiwandiikangamu ebbaluwa ebisajja ebikulembera Simayirwere nakana akampi akalinga ekkufulu kaserwadda nebira byawandika abaluwa nga bigasindikira buli embassy buli konsula yonna nga bigiwandika mu baluwa ebisajja byolaba ebyo. Kati nabagamba ati ebisajja bino byennyini byagende wa president ne bigamba omukyala ebigambo nabyogera dda president yabizze mbuzi mwesagala kwogera nga president si yayogedde ebigambo musajja lumbu yabadde ki bino bigera president naye nga nze ogwange nagukola ki nagukola dda president yagambye bw'ati kangize eno
But when the interreligious council went to my house, what they were asking my wife to do, number one, there were two things. First is to warn me not to destabilize the country. And two, asking whether I'm willing to sit down with General Museveni. And I've said it many times, that we are not disagreeable to dialogue, but not transactional dialogue. And also reasserting ourselves that it's only free people that negotiate. And our negotiation should be about the transition and what works for our country, not how much money I want or what position I want as an individual. Now this has also been...
Alright. Kanji bazanyire ku side eno mugire bulungi nnyo. Abasajja abo batuukira first lady Babi Itunga mugamba nti gamba baawo naawe temugezaako okutabangula eggwanga abo. Nenge ekibatawaanya buli musaalo gw'omwezi n'emmotoka ze bawa abasajja abo n'enkwezi kankabazanyira ne musaidi n'endala.
But when the interreligious council went to my house, what they were asking my wife to do, number one, there were two things. First is to warn me not to destabilize the country. And two, asking whether I'm willing to sit down with General Museveni. And I've said it many times, that we are not disagreeable to dialogue, but not transactional dialogue. And also reasserting ourselves that it's only free people that negotiate. And our negotiation should be about the transition and what works for our country, not how much money I want or what position I want as an individual. Now this has also been...
Alright. Ndoza kati mutegedde ekibozibozi kya Nairobi Post, ekibozibozi kya Natasha Broadcasting Service, ekibozi kya Monitor neba NRM propagandalist bonna ekibozibozi kibadde kiva mbano ba Inter-Religious Dealers Association nge kibadde kiva gye bakizimbira kati nga nsooke ngende bazanyire video nsooke ngatta olutambiro kubanga olutambiro oddugatta si kyangu ate okumala okuzanya video nojjukira wakomye naye ndowooza kansooke ngatte kansooke ngatte one bakitaffe munkwe yonna gye muli mbalamusizaako kansobe nti muli bulungi obubaka bwa president mwabulidde nali nabwo waddanzi nga nabyogera dda nze sirwawo ndi kakira kambuzi sikweka ekizibu kyammwe kyakulya nakwevuga kibasingira eggwanga pozi n'okwegatta kubanga Museveni lwogiza abateekamu obeeramu obuwalo buto obwakasuna amabeere ne babawa ne mwejjova ne balikodinga kati baba balinako obujulizi nti nammwe mwegadanga nga bajja bakozesako kifuba kati ebyoza bange bibino wano wammanga. Mwani yabagamba nti Kyagulanyi ayagala kuteesa? Ani yabagamba nti Kyagulanyi ayagala kuteesa? Ani yabagamba? Ani yabagamba nti Kyagulanyi yeetaaga obuyambi mu kuteesa? Yagenda mu kalulu kano ng'ayagala kuteesa oba? Lwaki teyateeseza ono atagenda mu kalulu? Bakitaffe munkwe. Ani yabagamba nti Kyagulanyi ayagala kuteesa ba National Platform? Era singa yagala kuteesa ne batagenda mu kalulu yandi badde ateesa kuteesa nti za kalulu sigenda kagenda mututeese ne yagenda mu kulunga yagala buyinza kati yala babuza ani yabagamba nti Kyagulanyi ayagala kuteesa kye kisooka ekyokubiri. Mu mbeera gye mulaba mu Kyagulanyi yalina okuteesa oba yasaba okuteesa oba mwe mumuforcing okuteesa ngera babuuza bwe mbanga muli bakafulunyo mu kuteesa 221 batta abaana b'enkyukakyuka ne babasiiba nabali babimukomera lwaki temwasooka kuteeseza abo 226 basse bawambi basibye abaana b'enkyukakyuka lwaki temwasooka kuteeseza abo abaffe Besigye ali mukomera ani agenda omuteeseza kuba yeetaaga okuteesa okw'amaanyi okusinga Kyagulanyi ali ebweru. Kyagulanyi ali bweru teyeetaaga kuteeseza Besigye ali mukomera gomadde mwadde mutako njo fakasi omuteeseza abaffe nze mbuuza Honorable Muwanga Kivumbi eyasibwako emisango gy'obutemu n'obutujju naye ali mu kkomera ku by'obutujju eby'obuwere bitaliiyo Ogasi yandibadde yeetaaga ennyo okuteeseza kye tuyita negotiations Dani Kyagulanyi ali mu kutambula muli basimu ekyo nga nkimaze kye bayita okuteesa mubeeramu awaayo n'afuna si bwe kiri nti ye mwe kuva ddi nga mwagenda mu by'obufuzi kubanga constitution ya Uganda Nyande Authority bahabulwa abadde akyogera lumye nti bannaddiini musumbe endiga zammwe by'obufuzi tebakwatako lwaki abaleeta mu political arena to negotiate for him lwaki Nyande mu constitution yabajjamu nti bannaddiini musumbe endiga zammwe temuyingira mu byabufuzi lwaki abaleeta mu political arena muyambeko muteeseza ku nsonga z'ebyobufuzi muli basiru oba omuntu yandiyagadde okumanya kati ebya Katonda mwabivaako muli ku bya Kayisaali kubanga Katonda tateesa Katonda alagira bulagizi ne kiba ba political prisoners beetaaga okuteeseza okujja mu makomera bangi kubanga tebalina musango aba 219 ba political prisoners abattibwa n'abatuusibwako ebisago aba 226 gye bali n'abalala bakyabasiba nga temubateeseza temuvangayo condemninga kidnaps arrests killings wadde okondemninga byabakama ne polisi yennyini gye bali mu kutulugunya eyakuuma kyamu temuna condemninga polisi gituusa lwaki mwagala okuteeseza omuntu atambula ali mu bibi essaawa ze muli basiru ekizibu kiva luddawa ekizibu kiva wano nga bwe twogera nti akafo omukkuto tekaluluma basajja bakulu mwenyigidde nnyo mu bufere obubbi obukumpanya n'okwagala okujjula ebitayidde byebizibu musinga n'essaawa zino nkiwa buli munnaddiini yenna eyagenda ku ttiimu eno olina ekikomero nga Museveni akulinako profile ekyo amukonko shuwa buli religious leader eyagenda ewa Museveni n'amusinkana olina criminal file Museveni agirina ekyo 100% sure bw'aba takulinako yakutunda ttaka akulinako ey'obuseegu akulinako sereza okubba kyaki oba okwagala baka abasajja oba okuzaala ebbali ezo fayiro Museveni azirina kati bwe mugattako fayiro z'abalinako 1 nembanga endiga zatandika okubuuka tebano si bannaddiini endiga ne zigendera mu kyaki mu mizikiti ne makereziya ne musegana mukyasula kufuna kyakoze ey'omwa kati ate nga waliwo omutemu alina emmere ye alengera abantu abayaggayagga balinako already akakwate n'abagamba mujje yensonga lwaki buli gwe batikira mu yafeesi yonna ey'obunnaddiini weebuuza lwaki Museveni akuwa emmotoka aba akwagaza ki lwaki akuwa ebbaasa aba akwagaza ki kubanga aba akugula kusirika butayogera mazima bwebanga Bibiliya oba gye tuyita Bayibuli ekugamba nti amazima galyogerwa gali kufuula ow'eddembe lwaki temukozesa mazima ate ne musigala ku bulimba Museveni era yayogedde kyekituufu mu Uganda kiberangawo kino okimanyi buli munnaddiini ali mu ttiimu eno olina ekikolobero buli munnaddiini eyali mu ttiimu eyo olina ekikolobero eyo ttiimu olina ekikolobero mbazuuminge mbalabe buli munnaddiini gwolaba wano alina ekikolobero oba wano Joshua Lwere simanyi kumanya buli munnaddiini ali wano mwenako fayiro abo boolaba Walai. Kati abantu abo bankato Museveni abayinako ki? Museveni abayinako fayiro. Yensonga lwaki bakola ebikolobero ebyo okuba nti babeere Wanyande Yusuferi. Kati eno ye video nga bagendayo kasita president amaze obbaabya musooke muwulire bulungi nnyo.
For Chaglanyi's home in Magere. Upon arrival, they found several security personnel who initially restricted the media from filming. The religious leaders, led by Church of Uganda Archbishop Dr. Samuel Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, were later allowed access. Chaglanyi's wife, Barbara Itungo Chaglanyi, welcomed the delegation, and Archbishop Kazimba explained that the visit was intended to pray for the family and offer encouragement following the recently concluded elections.
Pray with you, to stand with you, and to let you know that you are loved, and even where there seems to be hope, there is a hope in God. The psalmist says in Psalms 121, I lift up my eyes to the hills, where will my help come?
Barbara Itungo told the clerics that her husband fled their home after security personnel surrounded the residence on the night of January 16, 2026. She added that since his departure, security operatives have continued to harass the family, restricting her movement and blocking visitors from accessing the home. She further accused security forces of damaging the perimeter wall and turning the residence into what she described as restricted zone since polling day.
I do not know what the Interreligious Council can do to bring some sanity. Kubanga tugezezaako basajja baffe okukuuma obuntula naye bwe tutuuse ebintu ebimu tosobola kumala gabibikira kuba waliwo wekituuka nekituuka nga tokyasobola kumala kukinyira.
Journalists were later asked to leave the premises as Barbara and the Interreligious Council leaders proceeded for a closed-door meeting. After the meeting, Archbishop Kazimba Mugalu told the media that the Interreligious Council remains committed to promoting peace and national unity.
Despite our different political parties, our different tribes, we remain as Ugandans, and we should always look for things that can bring us together and bring unity.
All right. Mukulu Kazimba Mugalu. Wachi eminagiro toje yambulamu. Noddirayo ddala mizejo giri emeka nakuwoninga kati kankuwa omukisa ogusembayo nakuwoninga. Saagala nseemanye bukyafu bwo Kazimba Mugalu. Kazimba Mugalu nakuwoninga. Nkuwoninga bulungi ogusembayo Kazimba Mugalu. Olina ddata erinene mungi nnyo. Naye Kazimba Mugalu towulira. Nkuwoninga omulundi ogusembayo Kazimba Mugalu. Va mu bintu bya Museveni. Sigala ng'osumba ndigazo. Nja kwambula. Kazimba Mugalu nja kwambula. Bw'omanya ebikolobero wakola ku Jinja Road nga wakayingira obuweereza. Kazimba Mugalu va mu kamera. Kazimba Mugalu nja kwambula ne bannammwe abo. Ekyo kyo nkikuwulidde. Ojja otya mu maka g'omusajja gw'otasinkanangako n'ogamba nti gamba bbaawo naawe temugezaako kwenyigira mu bintu by'okutabangula ensi. Owanjala kubuuza. Kye bayita okutabangula ensi kye kiruwa? Kazimba Mugalu kye bayita okutabangula ensi kye kiruwa? Gw'oyagala kuŋŋamba eyatta Archbishop Luumu tomumanyi? Eyatta Sibina Kisitulwanga tomumanyi? Eyatta Muzata tomumanyi? Eyatta Anas Kalisa tomumanyi? Abo bannaddiini banno. olw'okuba mulowoozesa abantu nti eddiini buli muntu akyagirowoolezaamu abantu bagenda bagibuuka. Lwaki? Tufumye nnyo okutegeeza abantu wano nti ebintu bingi ebyasoba mu ggwanga. Bulijjo abantu bano babula ekigo kye bayita organized crime and organized criminal. Emisango emiteeketeeke egiddizibwa saako n'abateeketeeke abazza emisango engeri gye bakolamu. Abateeketeeke abazza emisango ne bannaddiini mwe muli mukwata obwana obuto olw'okuba nti mulina emikono mu state tewali agenda kuvunaana. Mutunda amataka ga kereziya n'ag'emiziki n'aga church olw'okuba mukolagira Museveni teri agenda kuvunaana. Mubba ssente z'ebiweebwayo teri agenda kuvunaana. Mwagala bakabasajja ne mbaganzika mu church gye mugenda obbejjusiza n'obbabuulirira nga olw'okuba abasajja ne mbateekako embeera kyovula buli kigurupu kyonna simanyi Fathers Union Mothers Union abantu bagenda okubuuka nga maaza bamuyunioni yangadda. Father yagenda mu Fathers Union bamuyuniting adda. Mother yagenda mu Mothers Union bamuyuniting adda. Nga system bati baali bagitegeera. Mwenna mulimu organized crimes. Muli ba organized criminals to the extent no one can suspect that the Inter-Religious Council led by the so-called priests, all those are criminals and Museveni has case filed against them. Ekyo kibasomesezza bulungi. Organized crimes gye misango emiteeketeeke nga LC1 agumanyi, Chamana Sutu agumanyi, police egumanyi, omulamuzi agumanyi, Chief Justice agumanyi, Museveni kenyini agumanyi nga bagumanyi ne bono okugenda n'okugoberera n'okutinkula n'okunyonyola nga tosobola kufunamu kintu. Nga n'aguzizza omumanyi obujjulizi obulina nga tebusobola kuyamba wantu wonna. Kubanga buli wamu wonna we guyita waliwo organized criminal. It's a chain or a structure of criminals who are very organized. Ozolo kwangana kitawo mwali, ne nnyoko mwali, ne muganda omwali, ne mukazi omwali, ne bba omwali. Kati bana basajja system gye balimu mu Uganda, system etambula ku organized crimes nge control ba organized criminals. Ye system etambula. Kyovola boli banja Pentagon nanga kati Pentagon twajiduzo kusiza buto. Nenga endiga ezabitanga zitudde naziwuliriza. Nizitamanya. Olina jana gamba kati. Wachi ngenda yeyo. Kasoke tugende kumulala. Kati bisere bisinga fete tukuyingira nga totuyingidde. Pastor Robert Kayanja. Oyinza okulooza nti oli throsofa, oli clean enough, but you are not, first and foremost. Naawe gw'omu ku ba organized criminals. Abakola organized crimes. Olw'okuba nti oli organized criminal tekikufula nti oli exceptional. Oba oli wanjawulo. No. Just it's because Museveni akuinako case files eza homosexuality, eza land grabbing, obutasasula misolo, okwenyigira mbikolwa ebitakiiza mu mateeka n'akukozesa. Wavudde n'okola statement gye wakoze, njagala muliza akatambi kano ngenda okukwata ku musajja ono mu ddakiika eziddako mwenna nga mukkiriza. 1. Simanyi lwaki yataddemu ebigambo bino bwe yabadde ayogera. Wulira bulungi nnyo. Katusooke kano. Yataddemu ebigambo bino. Ngawuza nti buli kimu kiri bulungi, bamuwaayiriza nga bawaayiriza mbwakalubaaka bba. So, publicly you say that people against you and they are lying. As they are doing it on regime that they rigged elections. Are you sure of that? Okay, no problem. kampa abantu bawuliriza akantu kano ulya bulungi bwe yagambye.
I got to understand that the whole country and other parts of the world has been bombarded by social media. And this began when a faceless recording was released by a certain lady representing KTV, Kingdom Television, Bishop Chiganda. Alleging that there were certain things that were spoken in the court. Well, we found out, and the court pronounced itself on Monday, that what happened on that recording never happened in the court. There is a case that is going on, and they have twisted the narrative that it is me in court. They'll say Pastor Kayanje is arrested. He killed somebody. I mean, we are used to that nonsense. But this was so evil. So on Monday, they cross-examined the witness of the defense. We don't want to talk about these things, like, because you know, I always don't allow to talk about these things. But this went beyond normalcy. Why will anybody go and say things the magistrate has not said, the witness has not said, and say this has come out of the court? And then all the bloggers, all the social talkers take from that and they begin to say whatever you've been watching, you've been saying. That never happened in the court. Never say, I'm not in court. I'm not charged with anything. It's the people who are charged. And it's a state case. It's Uganda versus them. But I don't understand why would someone change that. It totally lies to the whole world. So, we are peaceful people. So today I talked to my lawyers. We are going to take them on. You cannot lie to the whole nation. For what reason? So most of the time, you know, there's a scripture in the Bible. Somebody was telling me, he called me from abroad. And I said, Jesus asked the disciple when he was going.
Ako kawanvu nnyo pati gyenjagala yiino. Ako kawanvu nnyo pati gyenjagala yiino. Yeno pati gyenjagala yeno. Ulira.
There was a lady today. They told me, they showed me her recording. I think many of you know her. Me, I don't know her. I saw her thing. She was apologizing. They call her Ashidi. She said, I'm very sorry. Sorry, we were misled. It's the same thing, people can lie. They rigged the election. They did this. And if they are not confronted, people may think their lie is true. As I told you the other time, enough is enough. Misled. It's the same thing, people can lie. They rigged the election. They did this. And if they are not confronted, people may think their lie is true. As I told you the other time, enough is enough.
All right. Pastor Kayanja owa Miracle Center erubaga je baliko jotuusake nga lukanso ekitambula bulungi. Ofayo nga togenze kuwaaba nkutandikeko wiiki ejja. Eri abaana abadduka mu ggwanga nga bakolako bikolobero nkutandikeko wiiki ejja togenda kuwaaba. Abaana mba audience. Kuno kwe bali abaana Pastor Kayanja nkutandikeko nga togenda kuwaaba ni wowe ogenda kunkola ki? Ogenda kunkola ki? Nkutandika wiiki ejja mpa abantu audience abaana abadduka mu ggwanga. Oba na wano eno goloza emisango gitandise leero. Bw'omanyi nti walaba ku WBS. Bw'oba wala ku WBS tebisoose leero. Mpozi agambye Pastor Kayanja ogambye nti it's not you in the courts of law, it's the government versus the criminals. If the government versus the criminals, lwaki ojja mu court, lwaki obadde wapiranga mu court? Gwe government gwechi? Kubanga bera government against the criminals, gwandibadde tojja mu court, lwaki wapiranga mu kitegeeza nti it's the people against you. Olwokuba nti oli state agent, tosobola kukwatwako. Kati eno video nga wava muno broadcasting service ekyaliwo, Uganda Telecommunication Company mango ng'ekyakola nga amawulire gakyaliwo. Kati mukulu njagala nano otunnyonnyole. Bano bonna oyinza okuba wabasirisa naye information ekyaliyo. Simabala wa WBS wamu ekyaliyo simanyi.
Yakupata era ng'alabika akyamwevuma. Anti olutalo lwe ku buli bw'ebisiyaga lulabika lukyalanda nga luyira lwa musana. Olwaleero omu ku bavubuka abalumiriza Kayanja nti yamuli ebisiyaga alumbye ekitebe ky'abambega ba poliisi ekibuli ne bamenyawo ebyayogeddwa poliisi nti beejungulula ne bajjayo statement zaabwe. Robert Wamala ne bisingawo.
David Mukalaza atemera mu gy'obukulu 36 y'omu ku bavubuka abataano abalumiriza omusumba Robert Kayanja wa Lubaga Miracle Center ogw'obuli bw'ebisiyaga. Mukalaza agamba nti mu mwaka 1992 waliwo olukuŋŋaana lw'abasumba tabamiruka okuva mu buvanjuba bwa Africa. Kayanja lwe yategeka ku kanisa ye ya Lubaga Miracle Center era Mukalazi n'ayitibwa okuweereza ng'ayita mu kuyimba. Olukuŋŋaana olwaggwa Kayanja n'amusaba asigale ku Miracle Center era okuva olwo yatandika okumusendasenda asule ewuwe n'amusuubiza okumuwa ensimbi n'okumutambuza mu mawanga g'ebweru. Agamba nti n'oluusi yali amuweeweta mu bisambi mu ngeri y'okumusabira era yakizuula luvannyuma nti Kayanja yali ayagala kumusumika ngalike.
So he used to massage my body like on a daily basis when he drove me back home. And then a time came when the massaging left the legs and went to my private parts.
Agamba nti yali amuweeweta mu bisambi buli lunaku lwe yamuzzangayo eka wabula olunaku lwatuuka n'atandika okumuweeweta mu bitundu bye ebyekyama. Agamba nti yasooka kulowooza nti amugobanga omizimu kumbe yali ayagala kumusumika ngalike.
So I was like, is he trying to cast out some demons out of my private parts of maybe lust?
Ku lunaku lwa Sande akulira ekitongole ky'abamega ba poliisi Edward Ochom yategeeza bannamawulire nti abataano bano baali bajjayo statement zaabwe. Bino lwabagudde mu matu kwe kusalawo beeyo ky'ekitongole ky'abambega okuwakanya poliisi.
Sinakukyusa statement yange. Amawulire bawandiise nakyusiza statement yange. Nze David Mukalazi have not changed my statement. It still stands.
Wabula Ochom olulengedde bannamawulire nga bagezaako kubuuza Samson Mukisa omu kubagambye okubanga bajjayo statement n'abalumba era n'amugyawo ng'agamba nti kino kibadde kitaataaganya okubuuliriza kwa poliisi.
You can request and there is no harm in doing it. The court even counsel complained because he came, you were photographing him, yes. He was saying, but now you have no way you are taking my photograph.
You are putting me under the cameras again. I'm waiting down.
So, please.
Sirina bwesige nti amazima gasobola okutiikibwako nga tuyita mu poliisi. Nayina obwesige nti bwe bateekawo commission of inquiry amazima gasobola okuvaayo gonna. Mukulaba kwaffe tulina obwesige mu poliisi bwe kujja wano era poliisi yekomusanvu.
Ng'oggyeko omusumba Bob Kayiira poliisi bwekunyiza okumala essaawa nga 5, omusumba Solomon Male ne Martin Sempa bakanze kulinda kuyitibwa babuuzibwe nga buteerere. Oluvannyuma lw'essaawa ezisuuka 10 basiibuddwa era ne bayitibwa olunaku lw'enkya babeeko bye babuuzibwa ku nsonga eno. Robert Wamala Lumanyika akola WSTV ekibuli.
Minisita wa gavumenti ez'ebitundu ado.
Kati mukulu onkuwe wiiki ejja Pastor Kanja kwa wiiki ejja eyo WBS Robert Wamala Lumanyika nkutumiddeko wonna woli oba okyali munsi Allah akyakuumye Mukama kingirize wonna woli wali musasi wa mawulire bulungi era nga osoma mawulire Mukama kingirize kitalo nnyo ekyajjajja mukyala ne jjajja mwami munaye ngeri gyendi bizibino saa 3 wosobola kudda Uganda nenga kitalo nnyo ekyajjajja owekirifu yombyo Mukama amuwumuza mirembe ne family yonna. So mukulu Kayanja njala soka kubuuza nkuwemu wiiki ejja abaana badde bazuuke bonna bewatiisatiisa ne badduka eggwanga kiri kye mbagambye nti bano ba organized criminals nga bayita mu system bayita organized crimes ndoza mutegedde kati yensonga lwaki ali mu gavumenti bagezaako okubikkirira gavumenti ya Museveni kuba gavumenti wevirako bweti bagenda bakwata kati yoyo Kayanja ne ttiimu zaabwe zonna nkuwemu wiiki ejja abaana abawa amasimu bate wena gy'oli omwana nga wadduka abasobola okubanga muli mu diaspora nga temumiddle east mugenda kuddayo nsobola okubawa chance wiiki ejja gwe essimu yange ogimanyi lya lukale muteekemuko mu kafiriza awulire nkuwemu wiiki ejja abaana abali mu Europe abali e Canada abali mu America mu nsi nga tebasobola kujja batasobola kuvaayo currently ng'oli ready to confess nkubira essimu nkuweemukko just niwe nkuwe ennaku 3 ojja kiwulira ensi ejja kutegeera mama otinkula nnyo entalo mbwe abeekazambu simanyi nga babba obululu munabano baasibako mbona ye ebisiyaga mukulu ne security wagyongeddeko kati mutabani we omu ku ba bodyguard yakawasa naye omufudde security guard olw'ebikolo bye byammwe nabagamba teri muntu azimuzzi wa misanga tayagala gavumenti ya Museveni yeveeko bagibeerako mpaka kuwulira olikoba kimenti essaawa yonna balina okubakwata kati kaso eyo nga tuvuddeyo oyo muwoninze bw'aba yagala muwemu nsobola omuwaamu
oyagala okumanya ebifa mu nsi nga bwetambula biki ebifa ku serebuwo ebisanyusa wamu n'ebikuzimba oyagala okumanya ebifa mu entertainment industry mu nsi yonna okutwaliza awamu okunnoka ogatta n'amawulire agafa mu sekita ez'enjawulo tugoberere ku YouTube, Facebook, Twitter ne TikTok Mega Promotions TV. Oyagala okumanya ebifo mu nsi nga bw'etambula.
I hope you're doing well. My name is Lady. I am back today with some very important updates. Very important. Share as much as possible. Today I come to you with the heart of Museveni and his plans. We have a very serious matter at hand. Something that he has already passed directives on. Something that he has already signed off to take place. Again, today is March 25th, 2026. My name is Lady Winnie. I come to you as a Ugandan, a friend of Uganda, a child of Uganda, somebody who has given or is giving her contribution to a country that feels dear to my heart. I have a very important update that cannot wait. Some sort of breaking and also urgent news or plans of Museveni. As I bring this to you, I hope this will strengthen you in the faith that, change is coming and that it will take us as Ugandan people to take the leap forward to achieve a changed Uganda or a new Uganda. Okay? So I will start off with the updates. Be strong. It's going to be hard to listen to, hard to hear. Hello Waiswa, hello Maria. It's hard to swallow, but we need to know so we can equip ourselves on how to move forward, how to stay safe, and how to proceed. Remember that these are Museveni's plans. It does not mean that they will happen, especially when we speak about them.
Na kusetigire byokulya breakfast na kutera onengwe nazigula n'ogenda kati gwe olwokuba mukazi teyagambye nti yakutte gwe bw'otuuka mu bakyere bagamanya nti nina ekizibu kiki mukazi yankwatidde mbwenzi naye mwana boy mukazi teyanyize buli kimu yakikoze nga bw'amuloza omukazi tagenda kunzita bw'osanga abasajja babiri ku basatu bwe baba tebanyumya mboozi za bizinensi emboozi esinga ziba z'abakazi ne bw'osanga abakazi basatu bana bwe baba tebanyumya ku bizinensi babanyumya ku mboozi z'abasajja bintu bya buseegu yemboozi etambuza obulamu bwetyo kati babboyi bamuga mukazi yakoze eki okakasa yakutte nti wado yenze nti ye n'akola bwe kimuli kwe boyi mukazi agenda kutta boy mukazi agenda kati ebikyaliyo biyinza okujjulirwa omukazi agenda kutta kati gwe kennyini babboyo bamala okutegeeza nti owedde gwe okoma waka ng'ofiiringa simoolo ne weegonza n'otandika omuga wayi wankutte nga nnyini eringa tekuwanyize omukazi ebyoyogerako biyinza nnyingi sibimanyi kati abakazi aba bagezi nnyo kibalaga nti abakazi mutwe kino kiddamu abakazi si figa abakazi si figa abakazi kiki windows kyovula nti abakazi abalina windows bali maka abatalina windows bajja kubeera ku street bajja bavuga babeerenga driving school era kyovula nti abakazi abayita balungi gaafuuka amasomero g'abayizi abaagala okuyiga ebintu by'okwegatta naye abakazi abalina windows abeera strategic nnyo mu bwongo bwe alaba ekimu n'akyanalyzinga n'amanya nti kati nongera kihandulinga ntya kati bwe bakazi abo kati gwe kenyini yakoze ekikolobero amakago ogagala wadde wayenze gwe kenyini go tandika okujja ne weeropo wayi nakoze kino nenga te chichi oyagala kunzita kati gwe kenyini no tandika okusawula nye ya negotiation normalization buli kimu omukazi kyerira kusaba edda nga wakiganira olino kisawo no gule motoka buli kimu bwena makasi buli kimu osobola kikola okumusanyusa nenga kye kikozesa ekyo ekikola kati ne Kayanja bwato wali mbufumbo bwe ne Jessica Kayanja kimwe musajja mu kimukolobezi kati tasobola mugafuwayo kuleekana ayina kusigala wali wali Mukama yebazibwe aleluya naberanga aleluya etenda ajikuba bateka ne conference buli kimunga wali era ine ku kitundu nagene ne bawe ne bawane haga ne bakisinga kati zinendinga zigati buli kimu kiri bulungi wowe endigalo zirimanya nti abasumba bazirunde endiga bali mbuzibu endiga teziri sigala mu kiyumba endiga zijja kudduka kati yembera Kayanja gyalimu n'abasajja mugiyitamu kati kino kyembagamba ndi kati n'ennyanja esofeeri yembera gyakola ki yembera gyalimu ku ssaawa zino ompulya bulungi nnyo yembeera gyalimu ku ssaawa eyo kale mala okutegeera embeera gyalimu bw'ajja n'agamba nti ababbo bulu balimba simena abantu bamuwaayiriza ye talina misango mu kkooti ng'omanya ekimugoba kyambadde ekimugoba kikambwe nnyo okitegedde ekimugoba kyeyerusa kirina ebirevu bya tinti kyambadde bulungi ovulo kirina n'ejjambiya mu nsawo kimugoba kati bwebuzi abasajja balina bonna bwe bali yes leaders gyebizi balina kati bakulya ssente tebali bulungi mu nsonga ezo okitegedde bulungi nnyo kati awo tuvuddewo saagala tulwewo kambwemu eddakiika emusooke museke nga bulijjo ngende ku kiddako mumaliriza okuseka bannange banze TV yange yanjawulo mbamu time nomusooka museka ne mmala okuseka ne mumbuulira ne tugenda mu maaso. Alright. Kati luli najjalenga bannayuganda bonna abali ku Lake Victoria ne mbagamba kiki baplaninze already kirimu kitambula ekya economic sabotage eky'abannayuganda bonna bavubukira ku Lake Victoria n'ennyanja endala era kyagenda mu maaso. Kati njala kuwaako obujulizi obw'omu kwabo bakubuulya ekyekiriwo then bwe tuvaako tugende ku kiti kyengendo basomesa olwaleero njagala kibawange ekirabo nakyo mukiyige. Kati eno yembeera egenda maaso ku nnyanja Victoria oba ku nnyanja n'ennyanja zonna okwetola Uganda yonna. N'ekirala bannayuganda mwena bali mu Uganda mbanyonyodde ekiri kibalimi okutegeera kye bayita economic sabotage after elections luli kibadde regional nga kigenda mu Buganda wokka lwokuba Museveni tubadde tumukuba mu Buganda kati bamukuba all over the country. Ekyo kyonna abadde alina okikola nga kiri across the country kya economic sabotage okugoba abantu ku makubo okumenya amayumba buli kimu kyonna. Ekyo siga nti ebibuga bikiryalinga nguudo bakiki no kuba enguudo ze zimu tezikyuse tebagenda zikola. Eno ebeera punishment Museveni gy'abannayuganda okitegedde bulungi nnyo. Kati bino bifa ku Lake Victoria ne nnyanja endala zonna.
Wakati w'ennaku z'omwezi nga 15 mwezi ogwokubiri omwami Obingi deputy CDF yatambula n'agenda mu DC Nakasongola n'asinkana abatuuze baayo bonna b'oku myalo abategeeza nga gavumenti bwesazeewo buli ali wansi wa meters 2 nga yazimbawo asombewo bulooka ye ne batiri mulimu okubudiwo okubamenya bunaatuuka n'abalagira nti tewali muntu gwe bagenda kukompasatinga era muri embeera buli muntu anoonya gy'alaga. Ekyo bwe kyaggwa n'abagamba nti n'amaato genyini gavumenti ge yabaguza omuwendo gw'amaato ge balina ku myalo tebagwagala, buli mwalo bagwagala gulina amaato 33. N'olw'ensonga eyo abasigadde bajja kunoonya gye balaga gavumenti n'ebyayo bya pulaninga. Naye nga nkujjukiza nti gavumenti y'emu egamba nti eteekerateekera Abannayuganda era eyagala bagende mu bulamu obw'okwesiima. Basanze balina emirimu gyabwe gye bakola naye esazeewo gisaanyeewo basobole okufuuka emmumboozi mu ggwanga lyabwe. Ye gavumenti y'emu ebasanze nga bamaze okweteekerateekerawo okubeera eyagala emenya amayumba gaabwe naye babeera basobole okugenda mu nkambi z'ababundabunda. Kino n'ekintu si kya bulijjo era tukitwala nga kya muzannyo kubanga kiringa ekiteeketeeke nti tekiri ku nnyanja Kyoga, kiri ne ku nnyanja nga Albert, kiri ne ku nnyanja nga Victoria. Kyomugagga wabadde n'amata 15 kati baagaladdemu okubeera nago kuba buli mwalo baagambye kuteekeddwa okubakawo amaato 6. Kati omwalo gutwaza amaato 6 nga baguggala. Kyakubiri bo balimitinga bizinesi z'abalala balina bizinesi zaabwe ze bakola nga okulunda ente, okuinvestinga mu bimotoka ebisomba ebikola transportation mu bintu. Naye bo teri abalimitinga nti omuntu ateekeddwa okukoma ku motoka bwe ziti bagula zonna zibasobola okubadde tebakola nguudo nebitufuukira ekizibu mu jjaamu. Be bantu be bamu wakiri bagoba abantu ku mataka basobola okulundirako ente kubanga ente balina nnyingi tezikyanawo zirundirwa. Naye ate ne bagamba nti gwali ku nnyanja avuba kendeeza amaato gayitiridde obungi naye nga ekiri emabega waakyo ey'olumaze zigamba nti eriyo eggwanga lirina abannansi baalyo obulamu bwabwe obusinga bamala ku mbalama za nnyanja. Abaami bano basala ddiiru n'eggwanga eryo ne babawa ssente basobole okuleeta bannansi b'amawanga ago basenge ku mbalama z'ennyanja zaffe baba bazikozesa. N'olw'ensonga bakendeeza omuwendo abamu baveewo basobole okuleeta bannansi bali eri basetolinge bannansi babadde Abannayuganda. N'olw'ensonga eyo bannansi bonna bali mu kutya ge mazima kubanga tebamanyi kyakuzzaako. Kino ekintu kigenderere nti bw'otunuulira Kampala obutale bulimu okujja amataba amagenderere amateke agatta bizinesi z'abantu. Obutale bw'okukwata omuliro mu kigenderere bw'obetegereza bali mu goodi bali mu kubagobayo buli omu kyakola bagenda bamuzingiza ati batubuzeeko ekyokukola. Naye Mukama Katonda waali bino ebituma bitugambanga nga abantu tebabiraba. Kati buli omu yeetaaga amalo kirowoozaako then tujja okuzuuka tumanye nti tuteekeddwa okulwanira wamu okusobola okutaasa eggwanga lyaffe. Ensonga nnyingi zibadde zitambula mu nnyanja nga abantu abasinga tebazimanyi kubanga tebadde asobola zibawa. Buli nnyanja bateekako agikulembera nga Victoria yabaddeko omukulu agikulembera Kyoga n'omukulu agikulembera ne Albert. Kati ezo ennyanja ennene zenjogerako 3 yadde nga ziri 5 ezo zinene nnyo ezakomodatinga abantu abangi. Omukulu akulembera Kyoga ali bamuyita Israel Ampiire embeera gy'abadde yeeyisaamu ng'omuntu akoze obugagga obutalina nti atuuse ku ddaala erigula square maro z'ettaka eziwera 6 mu disitulikiti e Nakasongola n'agulirako ne eka endala kubanga ekigatto wange yaŋŋambye okumpi ne wabadde kampu ye oba besi ye wabadde main besi ye wabadde asinziira ebyalo nga obuka ebyalo nga 2-3 yagulawo nawe ettaka ekazinga 10. Bw'aligula abatuuze we yagula ettaka abadde okubo nga abatuuze baliyitamu nayo n'abaggalirayo era ne bageza bakusangayo mbokozi ezikulya. Tebakkiriza yadde okuyitawo yadde okutemawo omuti gw'ogamba nti kano kaggo ngenda kalunda esanta. Kakati be bantu abakoze obugaga mu bbanga lya myaka 4 obutalina nekyakigenderera kubanga mu kuleta project eno basanga abantu b'okuchoga balina amaato gabwe amatono ne bagakuba amaato. Gavumenti yasooka abantu omuntu musanze n'obwato 15 kaleka mu dize y'amata 45 bekuba amaato negenda neragira abantu muli omu agula eryato lya miliyoni 2 abantu ne baguma ne bagula amaato omaze okubaguza amaato ga miliyoni 2 ate leero gyo bagamba nti amaato ago sikyagaagala mugenda gamenya ebibawo mugenda mu bifumbise naye nga ataddemu ssente ze abatali kumukompasetinga naye ng'ogamba nti oteekerateekera abantu mirimu. Amaato gali amatono 15 gakolangamu abakozi 2 abakozi 2 bwe bageraganya ku maato 15 be bantu nga 3 ate abantu 3 bonna kireeza bafiirwa emirimu kuba lino eryato elikolamu abantu 2 lyowadde omuntu. Etteeka lyayita buli muntu ateekeddwa okuba n'eryato limulimu oliwadde omuntu likolamu abantu 2 kati kitegeeza bano bonna basindise mu mbeera yagenda kweyiiya. Kati mbuulira obutabanguko mu ggwanga bunaggwamu butya nga boosanze nga batebenkedde balina bye beekolera omaze okubazimba bega kitegeeza nti otondawo mirimu olemeddwa okutondawo mirimu nga gavumenti abantu beetondeddewo emirimu naye negye beetondeddewo ate najjo zogisaanyizaawo. Kati ki ekiri mabega w'ekyo nja kwongerako n'obubaka obulala naye abantu sotuwa obubaka buno.
Obubaka obwo buva ku nnyanja 5 eziri mu Uganda Katonda ziyatuwera ku bwereere wabula bazigobyeko bannansi bataddeko abasajja bagwira obutawuna butandika nenga Abannayuganda begendereze naye manyi bo beefusire gwe naggamba. Kati buno obubaka njala bugenda eri mmwe naba abantu abasangibwa mu Buganda naddala Abaganda mwenna buno obubaka njala bugenda gye muli. Waliwo enkola enneekusifu gye mutamanyi yerwa bukyanga obwakabaka wa Buganda butondebwawo mu myaka emikadde nnyo era ne bufuna bakatikkiro bonna abazze balamula Buganda. Mu kyasa kino kye tulimu era nga afutubadde Mmengo wasanyaka Charles Peter Mayiga n'olukangagga lw'abafere abatudde Mmengo bagenze mu byafaayo nti batunze ettaka lya Buganda linoddi malawo mu ngeri y'ekyonoonero ate tebafudde ku Muganda yenna agobebwa n'okugibwako ettaka. Kyokka ng'ekisinga okwewuunyisa abakulembeze bonna abaddeko Mmengo bufuzi abasinga obungi tebadde nnyo nti bayigiriza ekiri awo newankubadde bo Katikkiro abasinga obungi badde nga baasomako nga balina ziddiguli n'ebisinga kuko. Naye ekyewuunyisa Salonga Mulengejja munnamateeka wagwa nsibirwa munnamateeka n'abalala olukiiko baminisita bonna basinga Mmengo bonna bannamateeka bonna naye bannamateeka ate bennyini beetayo mu buvuyo bw'okutunda amataka ga Buganda n'okubunzabunza Baganda ku mataka gaabwe. We twogerera olwaleero buli Muganda yenna gy'oli nkusaba bw'oba oli mitala w'amayanja sindika omuntu wo agenda akebere ku kyapa kyo oba kikyaliyo mu District Land Board oba Minister of Land. Waliwo enteekateeka ey'ekiyaaye Museveni gy'asindisemu abasajja be okutandika okujja ebyapa byonna eby'Abaganda mu system bateekemu ebyapa eby'Abanyarwanda nga beba owning ettaka eryo. Nkiddamu waliwo enteekateeka ya kyama nga bawanduukula ebyapa by'Abaganda bonna abalina amataka nga waliwo ttiimu y'Abanyarwanda yeddiza amataka g'Abaganda. Mmengo tegenda kigambe kulemberwa Mayiga kubanga y'omu ku ttiimu eyo ne bannamateeka abali Mmengo tebagenda kugamba. Ne gavumenti egenda kugamba wabula ekisenda abantu ku mataka n'okutwala amataka n'okuzimba ku kifuba kigenda mu maaso mu Buganda. Ekyo kyo bw'olina ekyapa kyo ng'oli Bulaaya nammwe abali mugende mukebere ku byapa byammwe oyinza okuba nga olina ekyapa okiterese naye ng'olina byoya byanswa ettaka bagenda ddi kutwalako. Politics tankwatako. Lumbuya ayogera nnyo ajja kwogera ng'ettaka lyammwe ery'ekikaba litutte. Lumbuya ajja kwogera nnyo ng'ennyumba bagisenze. Lumbuya ajja kwogera nnyo nga n'amateeka batandise okugakyusa obuwangwa n'ennono butya wano wenjagala osimba essira. Nazzi kuno mu Buganda twayinanga ssemateeka atali muwandiike ng'atambulira ku bulombolombo n'ennono. Kiswaza obwakabaka bwa Buganda okuba nti abakazi abajja okukazi oba okukyala batandise okusalirawo ku nnono za Buganda nti ayimirira mu kkooti n'esimba jjaali nga kaggwa ensonyi atiriisiza mu ccupa n'agamba nti ye agenda okukyusa obulombolombo n'ennono n'ayimirira mu kkooti ng'awakanya enziika ya ssenkulu oba bbaawe n'agamba nti agikyalenji nga tekibangawo. Ebintu bino byonooneka mulaba. Ekisensiza abazungu kwe kuddira obuyinza obujja mu nnono ne babuteeka mu mateeka amawandiike agawadde obuyinza abantu abatalina kubeera na buyinza mu ngalo. Jjo lyabalamu wano wiiki gye tufundikira yennyini Saabalamuzi yagamba sipiidi obufumbo ko bwonoonekera Uganda ng'esusse. Lwaki esusse? Mwava ku nnono z'obuwangwa n'ennono eza Uganda ng'ensi kwetudde ne mukwata ne muteekawo mwenkanonkano. Mwakimanya Nazzi kuno abasajja baakuumanga amaka gaabwe era nga tewali buzibu bwonna kasita mwaleeta sisitimu y'omwenkanonkano ensi ne mugireka nga nzigula. Omukazi oyimirira oto n'ogamba mbugwe oyagala bbaawo omuziike ku kijja ekitaliiko ekyatandikawo butandisi. Oyimirira oto n'otandika okukkaanya abantu ba famire omusajja gyamu nti Mengo ne musulika kati obuvunaanyizibwa bw'abajjajjaffe abataka b'ebika buvunaanyizibwa ki? Twatandika ddi ng'obulombolombo n'ennono buwakanyizibwa mu kkooti? Twatandika ddi ng'obulombolombo n'ennono buwakanyizibwa mu kkooti? Nze singa mbadde n'obuyinza oyo omulamuzi yabadde mu musango yadde talina mutwe. Omukazi ofutumbala otya ng'afuka mu ccupa otandika otwala famire mu kkooti ng'ogiwezesa gye bagenda okuziika omusajja ng'ani? Ekizibu ekiri mu kintu kino abakyala munsonyiwe mwe mutuzaala. Naye Africa okukula okutuuka weeri n'obulombolombo nga bukyaliwo bajjajjaffe baali basajja bagezi. Bajjajjaffe baakuumanga abaana baabwe ne bakuuma bakazi baabwe. Naye mmwe temwamanya muzungu kyabaleetedde mbw abajja emanju kaali katego. Okukendeera kw'abantu mu nsi yonna obutazala mu nsi z'amagulu meeru kwe kuddira obuyinza ne babukwasa omukazi mu ngalo nabanga ya controllinga kyekiri e Uganda. Ekyo kikyamu. Bajjawo ennono. Omuzungu mu kusooka yalina ennono ng'efaanagana n'eyaffe. Abakazi kasita bayingira mu sisitimu ne bagikyusa nebanga omukazi yatekinze over omusajja takyalina makulu. Ne mu Uganda kitandise nti omukazi kasita nasa facing nga natekinga over ofumbo ojja kuba tebukyalina makulu era ebintu bingi bigenda kuwoneka mu nsi y'ensonga lwaki olaba. Nabagamba mwetegereze nnyo ekintu kino. Uganda abaabala okubala abantu okuwalyo baabala bubi bye babala si bituufu. Tuli miliyoni 5 ne twandibanga abasajja mu Uganda tuli mu miliyoni 2 nga miliyoni 3 z'abakazi. Abaabala baabala bubi twandibanga mu Uganda bali miliyoni 5 nga abasajja bali miliyoni aga abakazi bali miliyoni aga n'omusobyo. Tandika weetegereza emikolo egisinga obungi abakazi basingako obungi. Tandika ogenda mbivu abakazi basingayo obungi. Tandika ogenda mu kibuga ne mu bizinesi zonna abakazi bazirimu abasajja balagawa. kati abakazi mwe mulowooza baba wa right wabula babajjako kitiyo ne bakuwa ekijiko ogenda kutikka lole ya mukyanga ekibonyabonya abakazi mu nsi z'abazungu kwe kwefuula kye batali ekibonyabonya abakazi mu nsi z'abazungu wonna obazungu yabasimira entaana gye batagenda kuvaamu abamuyinza okunkyawa olw'ebigo byenjogedde ne gano ge mazima kubanga olina omwana w'obuwala olina omwana w'obulenzi omwana w'obulenzi gw'oteeseteese agenda kusiŋŋana mwana kyoli omuwala gwe batateeseteese nga ye amanyi nti amateeka gamuwa amaanyi ng'omwana omulenzi talina maanyi nkubuuza eno topic nzibu nnyo naye nkulu nnyo nazzi kuno bajjajjaffe baakuumanga abakazi baabwe n'abaana baabwe nga tewali mutawaana gonna nga bayita mbulombolombo n'ennono kasita baleetera omwenkanonkano awo ensi weekomye lwaki olw'ensonga njala tokkirize mu butonde ne mu nteekateeka waliwo ekintu ekisukka ku kinnaakyo katonda gwe simanyi waafaana bwe yali asengeka engalo zino teziri ttaano nti omusajja yamuwaako engalo 3 omukyala amuwa engalo 2 ffenna tulina engalo 5 naye mu butonde katonda yasukkulumyako omusajja n'amwongerako kati gwe omuzungu bw'ayagala okwagala omukyalo nomutoopingira nabeere n'engalo 3 wane wagenda okuva okusaanawo kw'ensi teri kye bakugamba ono simanyi independence boss lady no taliyo self made taliyo self protected taliyo buli muntu ayina wootuuka ng'olina okubeera n'omuntu gw'ozukka ne ku sayidi oba gw'ogamba good morning wasuze otya oba omuntu agenda okubeerawo in case ofunyeemu enkenyera tuzaala abaana ne bakula ne bavawo ne bagenda ani agenda okusigala naawe kyekibuuzo ani agenda okusigala naawe ng'abaana abasajja nakino kankibagambe n'abakazi nakino kankibagambe olunaku lw'olituula notandika ofumitiriza ensi nga bw'etambula ojja kwekkakkanya wekka lwaki tewali kyetugenda nakyo tewali kyetujja nakyo mu nsi ate era watu tewali kyetufuluma nakyo mu nsi buli kimu tukireka ne bw'olifuna ssente n'ogula ettaka ekampala era nga bwo akafooko kalinnya ku 6 ne bw'olizimba ennyumba bisenge 10 osula mu kisenge eki ate kiri station nti waliwo ekitanda kye kinene nnyo kyankyala 6 ku 6x6 ne ku 6 ku 6 oyina specific area wobaka ku 6 tosobola gyebakamu wenna bw'otandika okumanya ne bwe mba ndidde emmere nina limiti y'emmere yinge n'ekikopo kyakyaki bwe mulitandika okwefumiitiriza nti kati nzimba ennyumba bisenge 10 abaana bano bakula bagenda gindeka mugenda gibeeramu ntya mutandika okukola ebintu nga mulowooza era nga mufumiitiriza Janet essaawa zino ayogera ne mukama oyo yamutonda bwemuyinza okuba baliko oxygen naye nga ayogera ne mukama watandise omusomera ebikolobero bye yakola n'ebyo bugagga Janet byakoze byalina bimuyamba ki essaawa zino ebyobugagga Janet byalina bimuyamba ki essaawa zino ng'ali mu kugezesebwa ne Katonda amubuuza kati nkuteeka tegunye emaali yonna gy'obadde okuŋŋaanya nga muttirako abantu mutulugunya abantu ogenda kujja nayo kiki aba SFC abeetolodde mbuya yenna ogenda kujja nabo emmundu bagenda kujja nazo ogenda kujja naki ogenda kujja naki baganda bange mbabuulira mutandika okwefumiitiriza nga tonnaloga muntu lw'ekintu wefumiitirize nga tonnatta muntu sooka wefumiitirize mulekeraawo ettimba tewali muntu ava na kintu mu nsi muleke ensi etambule Museveni tolina kintu kyogenda kuva nakyo wano tosobola kubira katonda simu nti ziyane SFC oba ziyane Amadi vehicle oba state house kale kanji situlenzi tosopene kyogenda kuva kyo na wano wakimutta abantu eno general knowledge buno obubaka bugenda eri muntu ye noyinza okuba tonjagala konda ba face yange nawulira byenkugamba mamujita free world neeyina weekoma bajjajjaffe nabo bali mu free world ne basobola okontrolinga ensi eyo ne bagimanaginga morale bajjajjaffe bakontrolinga ensi eyo Uganda morale ne kati olw'okuba nti tuli mu nsi gye bataddeko abasajja batalina nsibuko bo baagala ensi esaanewo nga tewakyali mpisa nakugambye nti Museveni yatadde buli kiyenje kyonna kijje kyogera ebyekisiru ku social media but unfortunately you have to pick some words mu bigambo by'obwogera ofunemu ekyokuyiga yes zisobola okuba nga start diversions nga bwe nabaga but you pick in kubanga gye bakoma okwogera boogera ebituufu n'obimanya example obudde bungenzeeko akatambi kano nakabateereddeyo kaddakiika 3 njagala okawulire opikingemu knowledge n'ebigambo ebadde tomanyi nti bituufu ndenga bino biri mu kalica y'abaana abantu kaakano kawulire yes zino zonna staged diversion ne stance okubakyusa but jiwulirize don't post don't share but listen pick and understand endowooza z'abaana abantu
kati fate mukawuca yaffe kinkakatako okugamba sister wange bawange aba interested ne mugamba do the needful bawo yeah allow my man have fun with you nemuyina bujjammwe nemuvira ku buliri bwange nemuwa space baje bwamuzaalamu omwana bawaffe ate ne sister wange jali obufumbo bwe osobola ogendayo yeah that is if we both like it and we are okay with it kati mwecho temukina mukawuca yammwe kati nze waffe enfumbirwa kazini wange omwana wakojja wange ampasa abanyarwanda bacumugani olugero balugamba ngu mubyala waawe akujalira omujjeni ekyo mu Luganda kikaloba kaziniwo akuzaalira omugole akubyalira omujjeni mwana wakojja wange ampasa kati mwebyo bwe mubiraba nti byebyo mugamba mbwe waka wagizeyo brother we kyokka we si brother we waddala twawulirako mbu bali beeyagala ne brother we si brother wange nganze ne Eric mwana wakojjaawo mwana wa mama wange ne taata wange nga bwendi ne Eric ne Moses bebakuzira bebanzira obanga tuli bakika kimu mpulira mugamba mutwe tweddira mweddira yes waliyo bemanye beddira ente kati ne mama wange wanti nayenze ndi wa Nkima
kati obudde bungenzeeko kavidiyo ako nakataddeyo yes those are staged stunts and diversions wabula you have to pick in some knowledge oyina okupickinga muki information n'omanya omusajja ajje wange some mukoddomi wange yaani okitegere yes tuzimanyi nteeketeeka emboozi naye bayitira ne bayitira ebigambo ebimu ne biyitira n'opiikinga nabagamba wuliranga nnyo mulabe wo muwe obudde okusinga omuntu akwagala kubanga akwagala tagenda kukuwulira kizibu kyo atakwagala yasobola okukuwulira ekizibu kyo n'okimanya ekituufu so njala okufundikira akatambi kano nga mbagamba bannayuganda pulezidenti yonna gy'ali ali ku mulimu gwaffe gwe twamutuma era agutambuza wabula mutandika okwetegereranga abantu n'okumanya kye kigenda mu maaso Stance nyingi, diversions nyingi bagenda zikola, but focus. Nekirala mujje obwongo bwamwe ku bannabyabufuzi mufokasinge ku kintu ekinene. Uganda weeraga si walungi, ndoza mutegedde bulungi. N'olwensonga eyo osaba okufundikira akatambi kano mbakwase Ddunda Namugereka awanga alalamula emirembe gyonna abankuumire. Temujjanga okwo naye mwongere okusabira eggwanga eryo na buli kimu. Naye kyonna ekijja mu ggwanga mukitegeere kikambwe, musabire nnyo omukulembeze era n'abali mu diaspora mukumenya president. Kulwa katuna n'ensi yange video njagala gikomekkereza wano mukaba ba 10 mpeera ng'emwongera okusaba. Yenna n'abakyusiza ebigo byenjogedde sekufaako kubanga gy'emirimu gye mulina, naye nze ogwange ogwali ogw'okukoza eki ngumaliriza. Mweraba.
Kyebifa ku serebuwo ebisanyusa wamu n'ebikuzimba. Oyagala okumanya ebifa mu entertainment industry mu nsi yonna, okutwaliza awamu okunnoka ogatta n'amawulire agafa mu sekita ez'enjawulo. Tugoberere ku YouTube, Facebook, Twitter ne TikTok. Mega Promotions TV. Oyagala okumanya ebifa mu nsi nga bw'etambula, biki ebifa ku serebuwo ebisanyusa wamu n'ebikuzimba. Oyagala okumanya ebifa mu entertainment industry mu nsi yonna, okutwaliza awamu okunnoka ogatta n'amawulire agafa mu sekita ez'enjawulo. Tugoberere ku YouTube, Facebook, Twitter ne TikTok. Mega Promotions TV. Oyagala okumanya ebifa mu nsi nga bw'etambula, biki ebifa ku serebuwo ebisanyusa wamu n'ebikuzimba.
It only means that we know the heart of the devil so that we know what to do or act antagonistically, or, the other way. So I have a few of his plans here, but one that is very, very extremely serious. So I'd like you to pay attention, please. Share it as much as possible. If there's a video that you've shared before, I hope this one will be it, because it has very, very serious. If he takes the steps to move these plans that he has, it'll be detrimental to the people of Uganda. But usually when this gets out, he doesn't really act on it. So I'm hoping that that's what will happen. But I have a few security alerts which are major. I will elaborate them as I get to them. And then if you have comments, please share in my comment section, and I'll look at them when I can and then respond back to you. But this that I'm bringing you today is from Museveni's heart. There are people who give me security alerts from Museveni's people that take time to take place. But this, from the sources that I got this, it means that this he has signed off on and could happen at any time. Okay? So before I get to the major one, here are a few briefs. As you know, Museveni has, with His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu being outside of the country, he has dished out a lot of money, about 5 billion or 15 billion, to the ESO, which is the security organization, external security organization, with a head of director called Joseph Ochwet, who is a Langi gentleman. He's one of the people, or one of the executives or the elites that used to be during the Obote times. Those were the people who left Uganda to go on and further education or perform diplomatic services for the Obote regime. So usually when a new government comes into place, they negotiate with a few of the previous government people and maintain them or retain them or absorb them in the new government, which is what this ISO director, Joseph Ochwet, he lives in London. That's who this person is. So he is the director of ISO, and the newest directive from Museveni is the diaspora cleansing, which means we who are in the diaspora need to be extra careful, because there's been so much put in for Museveni to try to eliminate us. Meanwhile, there's news that I forwarded on my page, whereby one of Kagame's militia or people from his military government that went out to Washington, D.C. on a mission to try to, I would say, kill the First Lady of Congo, Mrs. Tshisekedi. He was apprehended, obviously. You know, they can commit foolery elsewhere, but not with heightened security on matters of Rwanda like they are right now. So anyways, the gentleman has been apprehended. All of his details have been discovered, recovered, shared, and so he's on watch. You know, it's not like Kagame is already not in hot soup. But Kagame and Museveni believe the iron hand or the iron fist is the only way to deal with matters like this. So I think what they're trying to do is to bring Tshisekedi to his knees by eliminating his wife, or to try to destabilize the peace deal and have, you know, Tshisekedi look to them again for security or whatever they call security, so that they're brought back into Congo. But unfortunately at the same time, it is happening on the ground, on United States soil, where they did sign the peace deal that failed. So that is more issues for Kagame, that he does things like this, because many times we've said, people have talked about, you know, how Kagame eliminates his enemies far and wide from wherever they are. He tries to send people to get him poisoned or whatever. It has happened over time. But this will be proof, something that will stick, something that is in the hands of the U.S. investigation. And remember, in this country, which I live in the United States, by the time you're apprehended, trust me, they have miles. They have tons of records on you. So hopefully there is more than just this one incident on this man. Obviously, Kagame sends his best to try to perform something like this, like it would be generally. Hopefully it's not a one-off, and they will find more information on that type of assassination. This gentleman, Joseph Ochuet, I'm going to post him online so that we all know who he is. And for people who deal in circles around him and are change seekers for Uganda, people who wish for change in Uganda, be extremely careful, because he has been ordered to perform a diaspora cleansing, which means that people like us who speak up have to be extremely careful now. Try not to engage in those circles. But when you spot and see the likes of people, I think ASP Asima Wile posted on his Bible and Politics page, a gentleman who has been also sent out on a mission like that. So be watchful, share those people so that we all know and know how to take heed. Okay? Fuel crisis, I talked about this yesterday. As I mentioned in the beginning, when the Iran war started, Museveni talked to Ruto and asked him if they could all together in one phase increase oil prices. You know, Ruto, Rwanda, Tanzania. But Ruto said, you know, I have enough oil. Like I thought it should be common sense that countries like East African region, where there's oil itself, and they don't imagine how many people in your neighborhood have a car. How many? Not many. The few people who drive vehicles around Uganda are not as many as compared to most countries that can complain about a fuel crisis. Okay? But not even just that. Museveni's government now lacks the funds to run a government, and so they're finding ways to try to increase oil prices or gas prices so that they can collect and have funding. Remember, the wars like the UNISOM in Somalia are no longer existent. Those wars fed Museveni a lot of money. As you know, those funds, as they came in to pay the soldiers, the Musevenis took most of the funds, paid them very little, and also created a fund which is called the Wazalendo. That same Wazalendo was where the soldiers were supposed to borrow more on high interest. Eventually they ended up with just a few pennies as the soldiers who were going out to work with Museveni on the UNISOM project. So there's nothing Museveni does to benefit Ugandans, and I wish we would understand that and just keep our eyes open for anything that he tries to bring or anything that he tries to introduce. Nothing is good for Ugandans. But it gets worse. Listen to this. Remember the phone call? I posted on my page something that said Museveni received a phone call and he passed out, and many people laughed about it. Some people called me stupid. I actually started blocking some people because of my peace of mind. You don't have to listen to what I say, but I hope you do because it helps. As a Ugandan, it will help you. But if you see that it's absolutely nonsense, you know, you can just block me or you can just unfriend me. Easy. A few people sent me really disturbing messages about what I said. But let me tell you what the call was about. So since Bobi Wine left the country, there's been a lot of stir-ups everywhere, just like there were before. The phone call that Museveni got that got him to fall, the minute he got the phone call, they told him in the phone call to make sure to remove military personnel or armed forces from His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu's home. It was an order. It was something he cannot refuse. It was something he least expected. It was something that he did not want to do. And so he felt belittled. He felt like he had no way out. In that instant that he received the phone call and the order, his phone fell off his ear and Museveni fell off the chair that he was sitting on. Immediately they hurried up to get him on life support to try to get him to regain and rebuild because he had matters of national duties the next day. I think the following day he was seen in Kenya. Museveni lays down on oxygen every night. He's boosted by vitamins and all kinds of things to give him energy for the next day. It used to be when Museveni had to make a public appearance, the night before he would be on IVs for vitamins or all kinds of juices to get him all pumped up, energy drinks, whatever. That's why when Museveni comes out, sometimes you see him racing to try to show that he can run or he can jump or whatever those things that he does to try to be fit as Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. He has done push-ups at State House. It doesn't mean Museveni is always as pumped up every day. Okay? He's pumped all night long to give him a booster to exist the next day. He doesn't wake up like that every day. But that time, when I posted that, it is true that because of that order, Museveni passed out. And you can see that yesterday, military and all uniformed personnel were ordered to leave Kyagulanyi's home. It was Museveni that was made arm-twisted to do that. He did not volunteer to do that. Okay? Next thing. Okay, so since Museveni ordered the armed forces away from Kyagulanyi Ssentamu's home, he's now trying to make a way to legitimately come back, send the military back into His Excellency's compound. As much as we are celebrating that they have left, he was arm-twisted to do it, and he's not happy about it, and now cooking up a way to get back. They want to now come back legally. Okay? They're planning through Damlida and the ghetto structures that they have. They want to get about 60 ghetto youth, have them wear Noop t-shirts, and go to Kyagulanyi's home and raid it while chanting Kabanje or saying things like, you have now left the country, you know, you dragged us into this thing, you've gotten us in jail, you've gotten some of us killed, you've gotten us in a lot of trouble, and yet now you have run away. They're going to say things like that. This whole mission is organized by Damulida. Okay? And these ghetto youth will come and destroy everything. And while this is happening, they will record the whole event. As you know, Museveni is dying to make His Excellency look like a terrorist or a rebel group. In any way he can do it, to paint him blue, black, and everything else. He will try. So this is an attempt to draw the military back. And so when these guys go and do this and demolish the home or destroy the home and do all kinds of things there, Museveni will then send a set of military and police, a combination of, to go back into that home and say that we told you that we're just guarding his home. Remember during the parliamentary sitting where Namuga one of the new members of parliament questioned the military executives at parliament about why they are in Kyagulanyi's home. To answer those questions, because one of the gentlemen said they are there to protect the home. And so they explained, what do you mean protect the home? And yet, when you went there, that's when the destruction happened. And they couldn't answer the question. So because they looked really small, one of the things they're now going to do is to justify what that gentleman said, that they're occupying it to protect it. Okay? So they will reoccupy Kyagulanyi's home again, officially, this time seeming legally. They will not have Ugandan military or policemen. They'll have SFCs, as usually. You have seen a lot of SFCs being infiltrated into the military. And also, I understand that the SFCs have been there a long time ago, since the time they occupied that home, because many people have been to that home, and when they talk to these people, they don't even know how to respond, because they're not Ugandans and they don't speak the language. Okay? Museveni is also requesting the same militia that was there the last few, during the election period. I think some of them came from Central Africa, and some obviously from Rwanda, and maybe some from Tanzania. Those militia groups that were present to help Museveni defend his thievery of the election results on the 15th of January, he's requesting that they come back to help him for his next projects, which I'm going to get into the project right now. Okay? So, I hope they don't, but they just may, because somehow Museveni has a way of convincing these people. If not, he has a hold of them, on them, because Central African Republic is also another area where Museveni runs a government, just like he does in Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania. All those 5 countries are under his leadership. Okay? I understand Museveni is very sick and has issues day and night. Doctors keep asking him why he is so stressed, because he doesn't sleep. His pressure's up and down. The doctors that live at State House almost have to reside there now. They usually came to work and went home. They're now living there officially. Meanwhile, they say State House looks like a mourning house every day. You know, when somebody dies in a home, there's a looming coldness or like a casting shadow over the home, where there's no joy, there's no happiness, there's just existence. And that's how State House is. It's cold, it's quiet, it's not a home anymore, because they're suspicious of anything that could happen. So the doctors keep asking him why, what is the problem with him? Why can't he just calm down? He suffers from low blood pressure. Anybody who knows or has an idea about blood pressure, low is just as bad as high, if not worse. And Museveni suffers from low blood pressure. So when I say that he has high-low blood pressure, it means it steeps extremely low, that as he may not be receiving enough blood or oxygen to the places that need reliable source of blood, oxygen all the time. So low blood pressure means instead of going right where it needs to go, it goes tit, 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 not enough for sustenance of, for example, the brain. And that is why he's hooked onto machines almost every night. So the doctors are just flabbergasted. Like, why does this person always need medical care? So they asked Museveni, what is the problem? Museveni's biggest problem is that Kyagulanyi has been protected by Ugandans for over 2 months. And he can't believe that right under his nose, His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu was able to sustain life among local Ugandans, protected by the military, protected by the police, successfully exited the country through whichever border or airplane, protected by public servants, which is something that Museveni used to have. You know, when Museveni came to Uganda when he took over power, what he told Ugandans was everything they wanted to hear, because they were tired of bad government. They were tired of bad elections being stolen. They were tired of all the atrocities going on. So Museveni came and told Ugandans everything they wanted to hear. And that's why the Baganda especially protected Museveni with all their might, because he said the right things. Now, Museveni felt like he had won Ugandans and that he wouldn't lose it. But he did, unfortunately. In losing that, Museveni cannot continue to thrive like he used to be. Remember, he had already planned that by now there would be no opposition in the country. He's surprised at where Kyagulanyi Ssentamu showed up from and has taken up all the space, and he cannot exist with him at all. Not his son, not his fake oppositions, not his fake apologists. None of them make sense. Museveni even designed an opposition for himself, for him to look legitimate. Kyagulanyi is loved in and outside of Uganda. Kyagulanyi is in corridors and places where Museveni used to be. Even when Museveni says things like, how did he get out of the country? How did he get there? How did he do this? You know, when Museveni came, before he came, he was in Sweden, he was in Tanzania, he was in Uganda at his own wish. Nobody knew how he got here and there. So Museveni knows exactly the shoes in which Kyagulanyi Ssentamu walks in, and that's what causes him illness. Okay? So he's also upset and worried because Kyagulanyi is in places where he has no control. He's in a jurisdiction where he can't leak information. Information cannot be leaked. He cannot send his spy network or whatever. Nobody in the diaspora that he used to pour money into responds to his calls anymore about what's going on. People are deserting Museveni left and right. Even those who used to handle his affairs abroad don't answer his phone calls. If they do, they give him just nonsense, or they just have no information to share. Okay? Kyagulanyi has beat him hands down. And that's what's going to hopefully take this man, because at some point he's got to go. Museveni is also worried about who Kyagulanyi is meeting when he comes abroad. Obviously, he's meeting the movers and shakers of this world, like he did when he came to power. So is it happening with His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. So he knows exactly what that means. You saw a post that I shared about Museveni prohibiting large vehicles on the road, because Museveni apparently thinks that in those vehicles there may be people coming to take him, or try to change the government, force a change of government. Because what he thinks, and this could be a combination of old age and also just a Rwandese mentality of just not getting this generation altogether. Okay? He thinks that those big trucks could maybe be stopped in a traffic jam in the center of Kampala, because in actuality, a traffic jam in Kampala can end the government of Museveni. So, brothers and sisters, those of you who have those vehicles, most of you drive them for companies. One of these days, which the day is coming up, okay, those who have those vehicles know the date. It is coming. Park those things in the roads in Kampala and shut Kampala down. There'll be no way Museveni's government will last a few hours after that. It is something that he knows and he fears. We are beating Museveni at his own game that he knows how to play the best. So Museveni's fears are valid and real because they actually can happen. Yes, Jonah, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is God sent. I believe that. I agree with you. So Museveni is worried about those huge vehicles. That's why he's banning them from the city, from the roads. He's also banning people from being in the center of Kampala, because he believes that if a coup starts and there's enough people on the road, he could be overpowered. A real coup, which will tell you when there's a real one, because Museveni is planning a fake one, which I'm also going to bring to you. He says that he sent a lot of money to these people abroad to try to get them to send him information, but everywhere he goes, nobody responds. Nobody answers the call, and that people of Uganda now hate him. He says anywhere he goes and looks out the window, some people will spit, as if in disgust, which is true. Like I said, everything Museveni feels is valid and true. Ugandans hate him. Ugandans are tired of Museveni. We don't want to have him as president because he stole our election. Next, moving on to Muhoozi. I understand Muhoozi has or is suffering from depression. He has been hiding from his father, Museveni, and his uncle, Salim Saleh. Reason for hiding is because he does the stupidest things, like post like post or make X posts that incriminate him and incriminate his father's criminal regime. So because they keep telling him to stop, he is not happy with that. And so he went into hiding because as a CDF, he has his own security detail that go to certain places with him or protect him. So he has been in hiding from his father because he feels stressed, and he also hates the fact that Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is trending more than he is trending. Because the way Muhoozi thinks about existence, as a spoon-fed, spoiled brat and drunkard, he is supposed to be in competition with Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, but him on the south side. You know what I mean? When I mean on the south, him in the gutters, while Kyagulanyi is flying high. Because Muhoozi, in his common sense, expects to continue tweeting those things that incriminate his father and himself. Just in an effort, in his mind, he thinks he's matching up with what Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is doing. So because he was banned from tweeting on his X account, in fact, I heard they took the phone away, he's upset about that because he would rather compete with Kyagulanyi, as if Kyagulanyi flying in an airplane and him traveling in plumbing system underground, because of the way he thinks, the way he performs, what he's doing. He doesn't get it. So to stop him from trenching himself further, they stopped him from tweeting, and that upset him. So Museveni has been planning to clean up the tweeting situation. I put on my page maybe yesterday or the day before that Museveni plans to distance Muhoozi from his tweets. And so they have plans underway to actually have a different person use that tweet somehow, and then they would sort of, try to investigate to find who is using it, and then incriminate somebody, and then put all the blame on that person, and maybe arrest them, put them in jail, just so they move Muhoozi away from tying him to those tweets. But as stupid as that can be, in the process of his father planning doing that, Muhoozi goes ahead and tweets. Somebody gave him the phone. Maybe he arm-twisted one of his guards. They give him the phone. He goes on X and tweets something. And then his father is told about it. And his father curses him out, okay? Museveni is extremely upset with Muhoozi. And he curses him. And he cries very bitterly and says, my son is such a betrayal. Such a betrayal is what Museveni says. I could find it. Let me see if I can find the actual quote or the words from Museveni's mouth. So anyways, in the meantime, he's completely disappointed in Muhoozi, which I don't know why Museveni expects anything else. If I had a son like that, I would expect that he'll do something like this. So when I get to it, I can read it. Let me see. Maybe I can get to that. Anyway, I'll find it later. So Museveni curses at him, calling him this stupid son, he's such a betrayal. And he goes to send people to go and bring him. Muhoozi tries to resist, but Museveni sends a security detail to go and bring him by force. He took away Muhoozi's phone and they tried to change some details from the account. So maybe it'll take him time to get plugged back into his X account, or he may not use that X account later on, which will still mean, which we know, that Muhoozi is the one who made those tweets. The whole world knows that. And the other thing that they don't understand is that X is not for their father. These accounts are set up. They're set up here in the United States. Okay, there are facts that are put in when you're creating these accounts. There are things that the FBI or any other intelligence agency can pull that Museveni and his family cannot distance themselves from Muhoozi. Whatever that is will pin to the detail of Muhoozi. So all that Balamu is trying to play and take responsibility for Muhoozi's account is not going to help them. Because when you set up an account, there are certain details that are definitely captured, IP address, location, and all these things. And they'll know that all those locations are only privy to the Muhoozi people. You know, as much as they feel like they can fool Ugandans, they can't fool the whole world. These accounts are tailored. They're tracked. They can track to the T the location of Muhoozi when he tweeted that. You know, if they're going to pin some local ghetto guy in Kampala over there, that ghetto guy has never been to State House. That ghetto guy has never been to Muhoozi's residence. How are they going to tie those two? Balaam, who came out and said Muhoozi's account is his, does not live at Muhoozi's residence. When Muhoozi tweets, what if he tweets from the toilet? If they can track that, that's not Balaam. Unless Balaam lives Muhoozi's life. So whatever they're trying to do will not catch, will not stick. Okay? So they took down the handle. They're trying to change the account, so they're trying to get somebody to take responsibility. Balaam came out, obviously. When he came out and said that, he didn't know or preempt that Muhoozi will come out and tweet. So Museveni threatened to demote Muhoozi from being CDF, but Museveni struggles with a legitimate or a trustworthy person. It has been very difficult for him to trust anybody who is Ugandan. All of those Security Council members, he can't trust. All those who are indigenous Ugandans, he cannot trust anymore. Even those who work for the SFCs, there are a few that he cannot trust because he wonders how this information leaks to us every day. So what Museveni resorted to do is to call Kagame and ask Kagame for a family member of theirs, somebody from their family, that they can have come to Uganda, a young man, come to Uganda, be trained, shown in the media here and there, have him perform some things publicly, because Muhoozi had talked about doing something about the roads and all that. Have that person come and perform these activities publicly so that Ugandans will see who he is and try to get into their hearts, and then eventually name that person a CDF. So that is where Museveni plans to have a CDF come out of, and Kagame has agreed to doing that. Okay, so when you see Muhoozi step down, it is because of his behavior that just keeps happening, and as a CDF, he continues to make these vital mistakes. The media center, all of you have seen Alan Kasuja, the giant that's come back to Uganda to become the new executive director for all medias. Well, they have a huge plan behind that. Kasuja replaces Obed Katurebe, who had replaced Ofono Opondo. The reason why Katurebe is replaced is because he's a toothless dog, according to what they say. He's not protecting the criminal regime. He's not defending them as much as possible. And so they decided to get this man who speaks English very well, and this man who is always in, you know, the BBCs and all those places on the world stage of publicity. So Alan Kasuja comes heavily armed, okay? He comes with, you know, with obviously highly recommended by the Rwandese. He's a Rwandese himself. You can tell his resemblance with the Rwandese guys in Uganda. So his purpose is to decentralize the media. That means, just like you have RDCs for every region of Uganda, and none of them speaks the language of that region. It is why in Acholi, in my village, I have an RDC who speaks Kinyarwanda or Runyankore, fairly learned, and manages affairs of the local people as an RDC. The reason of doing that is to have somebody that Museveni controls, somebody who does Museveni's work and not the people's job. They're not there for our purpose. They are there to report to Museveni and perform the criminal regime's needs. So Alan coming to the media center, the purpose of him coming is to control the media, control information, only allow useless information to come out, filter information, control social media, and the ultimate is to destroy any media that publicizes anything about His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu or NUP. the most important reason Alan is here is to make sure that news about Bobby Wine does not come to the public eye. And news about Noop does not exist. And all bloggers or YouTubers or any of those change-making or change-wanting individuals do not have access or do not publish their information. What does that mean for a Ugandan? Any one of you who has a smartphone, you are a journalist now, officially. If you can't speak about it, share it with us. If you can, please do safely. But the purpose of this guy coming is so that all of that does not exist in Uganda anymore. What are the things they're trying to do? All media licenses are going to be recalled. All this NTV, UCB, New Vision, all media, TV and radio licenses are going to be recalled. Okay? And when they do, they're going to plant an individual like an RDC in every region of Uganda or every district of Uganda where there is a media outlet to have them assigned to a particular location. With that assignment, that person is in charge of filtering information that will get publicized on radio or TV. Okay? That person will be in charge of all of that information and make sure that the right information, which means information, nothing against the government, nothing about His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, nothing about change, nothing about Noop, will be publicized. If they do, they'll be suspended or their licenses will get cancelled. They'll only share information pleasing the government. No comments or critics allowed on air. Some TVs will lose news broadcasters because they won't need as many if they're only going to be putting out garbage. They'll need one or two people to just, waste time on air. Tame social media is what they want to do. They want to control social groups such as KDF. They want to control mainstream media. News medias have been given $1 billion, $1 billion shillings was given to Alan Kasujja to implement all of these policies. These government policies to fail Ugandans. This is exactly how North Korea is run. North Korea has just a few outlet medias, and the news comes from Kim Jong-un. That's what Museveni wants Uganda. He's now doing it because he doesn't have a way of softening the blow. He's doing it in broad daylight, and it's going to happen. Stage 1, Alan is here. Next, you're going to hear about licenses. In fact, yesterday I saw something online that said that all media licenses are going to be recalled. That is one of the stages in this. They would like to open up more religious slots in the media. So in the afternoon, in the morning, in the evening, all day long, you will hear preaching or praising or whatever. Or I don't want to butcher it. I don't know how the Islam prayer time is called. All that is going to be filled in the day, and then the rest will be bogus stories like, oh, somebody's husband did this, somebody's wife did that, somebody this, just nonsensical, non-building information that will be broadcasted. Just be prepared for that. They also want to press legitimate radio owners are going to be pushed to the wall and have to sell their media because Ugandans are going to detest this new form of the media, and therefore will push the owners to actually sell their radio stations or social media or TV or whatever. Museveni already has mafias who are ready to buy them very cheaply. It is the reason why NTV was sold, because Museveni could not push this nonsense with the owner, what is his name? Aga Khan, I believe so. He could not push this with the original owner of NTV. That's why that gentleman from Tanzania has been fronted as the buyer of NTV, because it is somebody who is in their camp and they can use and can manipulate and pass all of these stipulations that Museveni has in place in his government. So the purpose for Alan coming is all of those, in generally to suppress the media, social media. I talked about Noob, NTV, Museveni says that Katurebe was incompetent and could not defend Museveni from KDF or cover up on the government faults. Alan will defend the criminal regime. In fact, one of the other reasons that he came was that there's an international forum wanting to speak with the leader of the executive director of media in Uganda, in efforts to try to conjure a good system or a presentable team to go and speak before these people. Alan Kasuja had to get dropped in that space and Katurebe sent away so that he can fill in the gap. Like I said, Alan Kasuja has been working for the BBC for quite a long time. He knows how the West works. He knows how they question. He knows how they target. He knows what to say and what not to say. You know, so he seems like the right guy for them. And plus, he's in their camp. He's one of theirs. Okay? So here is the big news coming up. Brace yourselves. Like I said, when we say these, it doesn't mean that he's going to do it. We hope that he doesn't, but Museveni has already signed off on this activity that I'm going to talk to you about. Samuel Olara, good to see you. For a matter. This is the next big thing that I had to come today, by all means, because this is important. Okay? Let me make sure. Okay. So, what is the big idea? This is from Museveni's heart. This is the last resort that Museveni has to exist in the presidency of Uganda. Everything else he has tried has failed. This is the last opportunity he has to stick to power. And he actually has arrangements for if this goes through or if it fails, what next? So listen, please. It's going to break somebody's heart, but I would hope that it doesn't, because it doesn't break mine. Because at least we'll know what we're doing or what he's doing so we can defend ourselves better. Okay? Here's a very, very deep secret in Museveni's heart. Museveni plans a coup d'etat in Uganda. I shared this earlier with somebody who said, so he's going to make a coup d'etat on himself? Yes. Yes. Museveni plans a coup d'etat in Uganda and it will start at 4 a.m. or between 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. any one of these days. Here's how it's supposed to play out. Museveni is afraid of taking the oath as a president, to say, I solemnly swear to be the president of Uganda, blah, 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 over the Bible. They have to do that. That's the biggest event that happens at Kololo after elections. Museveni is afraid to do that and feels like he's not ready to do that. You know, even in the Bible days, there is a gift that God gives to leaders. It is a gift that could be a blessing or could be a curse. Okay? Museveni has been having consistent dreams that he cannot interpret. Consistent dreams that are not good when he tries to interpret them. However he tries to interpret them, they look bad for him. He cannot share these dreams because he has no one to share failure with. Okay? Even to the people who work around Museveni, they say that he will never show a weakness. Never. Except to the doctors, because it's collapsing. So anyway, he plans a coup d'etat. Like in the Bible, they say 2 pharaohs and more lost their kingdom or kingship because they had a bad dream about their fall, the downfall of so-and-so. The Pharaoh did. The kingdom of Babylon did that. The king had a dream that he could not interpret, but it was a bad dream. Museveni has bad dreams every day. His bad dreams entail or circle around his swearing-in ceremony. That at the time of the swearing-in, he will get abducted or he'll get assassinated. And he fears for both. And so he's very, very scared of swearing in, despite the fact that he really, really wants the presidency. In his thoughts, you know, capturing Kyagulanyi Ssentamu would have solved it, because then he'd have no reason to fear for his life during the swearing-in ceremony. But in his dreams, he sees a bad event at the swearing-in ceremony. He also feels scared because Ugandans have not accepted him as the president, because they haven't accepted the election results, because they know the truth, and Museveni knows Ugandans know the truth. Plus, the Western world has not accepted and recognized him as the president. So those two or few things make him really, really afraid. He also sees the people that he has killed or hurt that are no longer with us, visiting him in his dreams. So he's battling quite a few things which make him really scared of swearing in on the day of. So his plan is to set up a coup d'etat. This is how it's supposed to go. This is according to Museveni. Doesn't mean it's going to be this way. So the coup d'etat is in gear. That means he has signed it into action. He has said go to his people. Okay? So anytime before the swearing in, he's going to do that. One of the things or the stages of preparation are, he doesn't want any vehicles on the roads because he thinks that they have people that will try to take him. He doesn't want people on the streets, markets, and city areas. That's why they're you've seen SFCs, people in non-uniform, non-military uniform, kicking people off the streets. Those are his SFCs from Rwanda coming to do the dirty work. They're sending people away from the cities and streets because he wants them clear for him to make his operation. Museveni is afraid of a jam in the city of Kampala because he knows that'll be the end of his governance. So that's why he's trying to make sure there's nothing in city or no people or crowds in city, because he wants to move on with his plan of a coup d'etat. So Ugandans, on that day, if you have that vehicle that you can just park, we'll pay you somehow. You'll be remembered. You'll be honored. You'll be respected for what you did for your country. There's 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute. That time that is coming, that we will need all of your large vehicles, whether you drive for a company or drive for yourself. Just go ahead, park it, take the key, and walk on. And the rest will happen from there. Some of you know the date, and some of you will come to your inboxes. So if you do have one, please reach out. Okay? So in the coup d'etat, they want to make the coup d'etat look extremely credible. The reason for this coup d'etat is to get His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. In fact, they want to kill him in a scuffle during this coup d'etat. They want to assassinate him during the celebrations when somebody seems to have captured or taken over the government, kind of like Traoré. The way it happened, he was the guy for the coup. He led it and became president. This one, they're still looking for the person, but they want the person to come and be in place, come and say they are doing it for His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu so they can lure him to come back from the West, where he is in Washington. Bring him back, assuming that he's coming to take over the government, as he should, but it will be planned and reversed. So the assassination he wants to make look very, very credible. Okay, such that it's not foul play. There's no suspicion of somebody doing it, because Museveni, Janet, Muhoozi, their children, Salim Saleh will all be in handcuffs in different rooms at State House, looking all shaky and quirky, so people think, oh my God, it's real. It's not going to be real. So once they start the coup, they want Ugandans to embrace it like it is the real thing. All mainstream media, which is the reason why Alan Kasuja is now in place. This is how they're trying to set them like Legos, like bricks. When you're bricklaying, you organize, next level, or zigzag or whatever. Things are falling into plan, and all these, that's why they've rejected the vehicles in the streets. That's why they're kicking people out of Kampala. That's why Alan Kasuja is now in town. That's why the licenses are now recalled. They're trying to zone into this activity. This is their last resort, which is supposed to happen before his supposed swearing in. So they want Ugandans to embrace it without any concerns. All mainstream media, as I said, will be focused on the event. That is the reason why SFCs are now in military barracks. If you have relatives in the military or police, they'll tell you that SFCs are being dropped in different barracks every day, stating that the barracks of origin where they were are under construction or some kind of work, but they're bringing them directly from Rwanda. And also the M23 rebels from Congo that were kicked out of Congo are now being sipped into the Ugandan military every single day. Okay? All M23s who are on the Lake Victoria, trying to deter Ugandans from fishing on the lake, are now being moved into the UPDF. They're getting, absorbed into the UPDF. They had run into Uganda and were added to police and UPDF. So, let me go next here. During the coup, they will front Kyagulanyi Ssentamu as the president. So whoever will be chosen to be the leader of that coup will say, I'm here for Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I'm, people power, our power, and all of that. In the meantime, the plan, they're hoping that Ugandans will say, oh, this is, in Acholi they say, Opatuwamatugu, which means, it's fallen right in our laps. This is what we have always wanted. Change has come to Uganda. And when Ugandans embrace this, the news will go all over the social media. That's why all media will be discussing, saying, oh my God, there's, Uganda is changing. The new government is ushered in. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu just got returned. Because they've barred private vehicles from the streets, Ugandans will be on those tankers, all those military vehicles, celebrating, screaming their voices to the top and all that. But during that scuffle, that time of celebration and all of that, is the point at which Museveni advises they shoot Kyagulanyi one shot in the head, and he will never wake up. One shot to kill him and put him out of this world. After all the celebrations going on, in that moment of celebration, joy and sadness from the loss of our president, Museveni then will somehow break his shackles and come in and say, well, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu came and he lost the coup immediately, and so we took it over, which happens in some coups. Some coups never make it, they never succeed. So that is the plan for Museveni, to try to make this a quick in and out and take back power, but without Kyagulanyi in the picture. So while breaking news goes out saying, oh my goodness, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, just like we thought, is now president of Uganda, just like we hoped, with all the joy and all of that, it'll be all over the news, and then the next news will change. It will go, whoo, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu just lost his seat as the president. He just lost his life. And then Museveni takes over and arrest all the people that are around there that are trying to celebrate all of this win, because all they wanted was Kyagulanyi Ssentamu in a disguise of a coup. Museveni family will be released and they will continue life as they did. The problems they have, however, that they've discussed is that they don't have a credible coup leader, because as I said, he doesn't trust anyone. He doesn't trust especially the military. So he must find somebody who will not, after taking over in a coup, will not stick to power and say, well, I won it, we're done, and kill them too. He also doesn't want somebody who will kill them. And he doesn't have somebody who Ugandans believe in enough for them to come out and say, imagine Kaihura pulls this thing off. We can't trust him. Imagine Rushoke tries to pull this. We can't trust him. Imagine who? All of them we don't trust. Plus, he can't use a Ugandan. For sure not. He's not going to use a Ugandan. So he's going to try to use somebody who is credible to Ugandans and who will be on their side when things change to be able to give it back to him. So that is their struggle in the meantime. So they're hoping that Ugandans embrace this thing and run with it and not worry about losing Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, and hope that when a win for Uganda is a win for all, even if they lose the president. But they're also thinking about, what if the streets, what if this turns out into a real street fight? What if Ugandans wake up this very moment and say, we're done with those people, and don't give them a chance to be able to evacuate and all of that? What if Ugandans refuse to leave the streets? Here's their plan. Their plan is to abduct the Kabaka of Buganda, the King of Busoga, and the Rot of Acholi, Rot David Onan Achana. Those are going to be used as bargaining chips. Okay? These are the people that they're going to use to tease in a conversation to say, Kabaka of Buganda, tell your people to go home. Tell the Baganda to stop unless they want us to kill you too. Then they'll go back to the Ugandans and say, do you want us to kill the Kabaka too? And Ugandans will be like, you know what? We've already lost Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. We don't want to lose somebody else. Possible that would be their scenario. Remember, it's going to start at 4 a.m. No cars on the road. Okay? Every single day I hear there are people on main roads who monitor traffic. How traffic comes in, goes out. How many people? What are the people saying? They talk to you. You know, they come and say, hey, who is so-and-so? What are they doing here? Boda stops, taxi stops, people just walking around. These are all Rwandese spies all over Uganda right now. They're in the streets, from border to border, monitoring traffic. How many vehicles come? What types of vehicles? How many of them are owned by Ugandans? Who really owns these? How many people are going through this and that? All of that is being planned. Especially in regions of Buganda, Busoga, and Acholi. They're not so worried about the western region because Rwanda, they feel like they have good control on that side because they have people placed or sort of semi-permanent or permanent in those areas that they can contact in case things start to go south. Okay? So the fear of trucks is a big one and continues. There, as I mentioned, the focus is Buganda, Bugisu, and Acholi. They will allow people to celebrate, but not with their vehicles, because he still fears for a traffic jam in the city that will finish his presidency. Okay? So if this doesn't go as planned, you know, Kyagulanyi survives, people don't accept it even if they assassinate him, this is what they feel like they can do next. They want to, like I said, abduct those two kings and try to bait with them so that Ugandans can negotiate and not worry about doing that. Here's what I would like for you to do, try to seek proof on what I'm saying. Okay? There are money lenders in several parts of Uganda, in general, everywhere. If you know one, reach out to them and see if they will give you a loan or give you any money. They're not giving that because they know what the plan is. They know about the coup d'etat. Remember, all money lenders, or most of them, are Rwandese, funded by State House. To try to get, when they give you a loan, they'll take your ID, they take your NIN number, and collateral in form of land or any assets that you might have. They pray and hope that you're not able to pay up, and so they take your land or take your whatever assets you give them. In the event that this happens, they know how many people live in this village, how many people do this or that, which areas, who comes from, and what they do. Money lenders have confirmed to Museveni that they can destroy Uganda in a second, meaning chopping Ugandans like pigs and chickens. In a few minutes, they can kill all Ugandans above 17. because they believe the younger ones will grow up with the new doctrine of what they have, what they'll be taught by the Museveni people. Okay? So, moneylenders are not giving money anymore. They're actually waiting to collect their money if they can. So, moneylenders in every region are set as spies in villages to know what you're doing or who's doing what. So that when the time comes that the order comes from State House to go and slaughter, they will do. This drives me to the second point where they said if Ugandans do not embrace the coup d'etat and try to act out and stay on the streets, they are going to slaughter Ugandans worse than the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Worse. They are going to slaughter Acholi, which they've already been through some, Busoga, Buganda. They definitely want Buganda because Buganda raised Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. They are going, if this doesn't get embraced, which it will not, and we hope it will not even happen, they are going to slaughter Ugandans like pigs. The moneylenders have confirmed to Museveni that they will. The M23 people are all over Uganda at this point. M23 is in UPDF and police. SFC is in UPDF and police. SFC is in the fisheries. There's a post that showed people, cadets or military cadets who are in training in local communities. Those are all M23s who just returned from Congo because they were kicked out of there. They said they can change the government, they can clear Ugandans in a matter of minutes. They will kill anything above 18 years old. They will only leave anything 17 or less. That is if the coup is not embraced. Okay? The war is mainly in Buganda, Busoga, and Acholi. There's going to be a coup and a war mixed in together. They'll use those cadets and the M23s that are being trained in villages. They want to destroy Buganda. Make sure, I don't want to use the line of Anite, but they want to make sure Buganda does not have any adult over 18 alive. Money lenders have guaranteed this to Museveni. Eventually, when all of this war is happening, they're slaughtering people left and right, Museveni will then break his shackles and come out as if to rescue Ugandans. And this starts all over again. As you know, this is how a lot of people died in Luero, because Museveni sent his rebel people to kill people in the night, and then he showed up in broad daylight to console and condole with them. The same thing he did in Acholi. Acholi people who will tell you that they lived through the LRA wars, they will tell you that the people who came and killed us were wearing UPDF badges, and they spoke Luganda. Museveni purposely sent Baganda to Acholi so that Acholi will hate Baganda for good. And some people still hold that sentiment for lack of better knowledge about it. So he intentionally is going to do this so that he comes back as a savior, and then we'll start reading about another record number of Baganda who died in a failed coup in so years to come. That is Museveni's heart. When I say Museveni does not wish Ugandans anything good, please believe me. He doesn't. He calls us Abiru. Mwiru or Abiru. You will also notice there's new moneylenders in certain areas. Those are all spies, M23s and SFCs, living locally. Just like he sends RDCs or people to represent different districts from different districts. You know, you find like a police officer, superintendent of a certain police station does not speak the language of the people in that area, never grew up there. You would think if somebody cared for these people, they would send one of their brothers, somebody who grew up around there, because they would know how to deal with their own people and solve their own problems. But that's not how he operates. All Museveni cares for is information and how to destroy you, Ugandans. So when you notice new faces, people on the streets just driving and parking and looking around, they're seeking information to feed Museveni. When you notice people just wandering from nowhere, new people, new faces, not speaking the language, like the militia that is requesting to come back, that slaughtered people during the January 15 elections, you know, all of that, you just know that it is the people of Museveni. Those informants, they are not of your interest, not at all. The last resort of Museveni is the coup d'etat. Last resort. Museveni has no more moves on the board. Nothing. Kyagulanyi has won him by thousands and millions of miles ahead. He can't catch up. Rwanda is crying. Rwanda blames Ugandans for failing their country and tarnishing their name abroad. But because Rwanda is directly linked to Museveni, in fact, Kagame is Museveni's protege. It's easy to break either one of them because they do the same things. And Museveni knows the reason why they're hitting Kagame very hard is because they're looking for him. They do all these dirty deeds together. They plan together. They act together. Imagine that incident today of Mrs. Tshisekedi. Why would Kagame still attempt something like that when he's in this much chaos, especially with the US? But that's how they think. They think every problem has to be solved by the barrel of a gun. But this time, it's not going to work. So Rwanda believes that they have lost in Congo, they've lost in Sudan, and they must hold on to Uganda. That is why they make plans like these. They want to hold on to Uganda to be used as a crutch for them to bounce back. But that's not happening. So remember, when there is a real coup, we will let you know. When we have a real coup of change in Uganda, you will know. When you see Museveni's coup, which he has already signed off into action, do not embrace it. Stay home. Do not get involved because you lose your life. Museveni wants to kill Kyagulanyi Ssentamu by all means. It is why he funds ESO a lot of money for them to try to kill him from abroad. In fact, Muhoozi swears by the fact that Kyagulanyi will never return to Uganda alive. So share this, because there is no peaceful return of His Excellency when those people are still behaving this way. None. Sudan, moving on to Sudan, it is filled with poison. I understand government officials are dying, dropping all day, every day. From nowhere, 12 hours later, they're gone. Every organ failed. A lot of the poison they call the Nam Angel is getting pumped into Sudan. Museveni no longer wants to shoot people. He just figures out a way to get your breath out of you by way of ingestion, poison, food, drinking, all types of things like that. So I know it's heartbreaking, but the reason we share this information is to make you stronger, for you to expect the worst so that you prepare and hope for ease. Hopefully it's not going to be that bad, but at least we know and we can arm ourselves. I don't mean physically with bullets and things, but in your mind. When you have a strong mind, it trumps all else. If you're strong in your mind, you can achieve whatever it is you have in there. I believe that. I've done that. Okay? Don't feel sad. I want to tell you that we have never been this close to change. Never. Never. Everything Museveni does is the kicks of a dying horse. So stay with me, because we're going to get Uganda changed this time, by all means. By all means. It's happening. This is where Museveni was when he started. Okay? I love you and leave you. Take good care. Share information. We're here for you. I love you. Bye.
oyagala okumanya ebifa mu entertainment industry mu nsi yonna okutwaliza awamu okunno kwogatta n'amawulire agafa mu sekita ez'enjawulo tugoberere ku YouTube, Facebook, Twitter ne TikTok. Mega Promotions TV. Oyagala okumanya ebifa mu nsi nga bw'etambula, biki ebifa ku serebu wo ebisanyusa